The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, that 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. It's the penultimate round of the season, and we are in the Ardennes forests for qualifying. 2 sets of it over the course of the next few hours here on GTR 24H. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and a bit later on in the broadcast, I'll be joined by Yusuf Bin Sahel as Mugen Sim Racing go hard off into the barriers, and that's Zolt Pribek into the barriers hard, loses the right rear wheel, and Mugen Sim Racing have been through the wars all the way through the season. Oh, there's Glam Racing also going off in the meantime. That looks to be possibly Pouan, and the back end of the 404 Aston Martin goes into the barriers hard. Luckily enough, the rear wing does not get dislodged. We've had a lot of developments in the meantime, but one of the other big things, as I've seen on the Glam 404 racing car, there is rainfall in the Ardennes. Oh my goodness me. And as you can see by the weather showing on your screens right now, it is coming in thick and fast, the Ardennes Forest. I normally commentate in real life at Karting Genk, which is about 100 kilometers north of the circuit itself. And when rainfall comes, prepare for a deluge, and that's exactly what we're having here. Over the course of the next few hours, we've got 1 hour, 50 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the qualifying session. And some of the drivers are going a little bit wide at certain parts of the circuit here, but we've got 2 sessions of qualification. We've got daytime and we've got nighttime, and the aggregate qualifying fastest laps from each of the teams in all 4 classes, which includes DPI, LMP2, GTE and GT3, will decide our grid for full rotation of the virtual Earth here at the Ardennes Forest, to see what things do bring in the course of proceedings. Now, as I was alluding to earlier, we've got some news. We've had some new drivers and teams join GTR 24H. First up, if you haven't already had a look at our website at gtr24h.org, we've had Jakub Kowalski, aka Kuba Kubica, joining Glam Racing. Blue Steel Racing, the Malaysian team formerly known as Hoshizora Sinshe Racing, all a Malaysian team. They have joined us in LMP2, but the biggest news that we have had is that Axel Sports, led and founded by Alex Young, ex-Minardi Formula 1 driver, multi-time A1 GP racer, and 3-time Audi RLMS Cup champion over in Asia. They have joined the series. Blue Steel Racing will be running in LMP2. Axel Sports have also now joined the flourishing DPI class, the Cadillac DPI that was introduced last time out at the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. Also had Team Viaducten join back on GTR 24H, as we're going to go on a little bit of an onboard here through into Eau-Rouge-Radillon. A little bit of overcommitment through Radillon at the top of the crest of the hill, down the incredibly long Kemmel Straight, where these DPIs will be pushing close to 310, 320 into the right-left chicane here at Les Combes, or the right-hander down into Malmedy. So you can see there is Viaducten currently running second in DPI. Axel Sports are leading the way. Callum Wilson for Glam Racing leading the GT3 contingent. The likes of Unison Racing, Mugen Sim Racing and One Move Esports representing different manufacturers, Aston Martin and Ferrari and McLaren. Josh Perwin is currently in the hot seat for Axel Sports, the number 21 car. And Viaducten, goes a bit Tokyo drift there. That's not what you want to do going down the hill when you're heading into the likes of Pouan, formerly known as Double Courche. There is a corner known as No Name here, but thanks to my good friend over in Belgium, Guillaume Alvarez, it's actually known as Speaker's Corner. So it's mainly about the person that is normally at the circuit doing the commentary for the circuit and for the people in attendance. that normally frequent that corner, but you can just see how treacherous it is at the moment because the wipers are on full rotation as Viaducton comes out of the bus stop chicane. And currently the best lap set by them is a 2 minute 7.537. So air temperature 13 degrees Celsius, track temperature 22 degrees Celsius, humidity 90%. A condition possible light rain, but with the way that the wipers are, this is going to be rather tricky. Nuno Pinto for Ramada Motorsport leads the way in LMP2 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, followed by Juices Motorsports. So, in very much the case that these drivers will be pushing like crazy over the next few hours. We're going to be going into the depths of the night a bit later on, where I will be joined by my good friend, my partner in crime, Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel. Ewan O'Leary will join us for the main race. So you can just see how tricky it is for all these drivers. So the drivers are really trying to do their level best and get these cars around the circuit as well as humanly possible. But it's just the amount of steering correction as again Viaducton all this time hits the barriers, and that's going into the run through to Blanchimont. And that DPI has got a hell of a repair bill on the cards very shortly. So we're going to go to a bit of a brief instant replay here. And it just spears and the front end smacks the barriers quite significantly. So literally it goes onto the grass and the grass is wet. It's going to cause the car to go ever further forward. On that particular occasion, Viaducton hard into the barriers. So never easy when you are trying to really do your level best and try and keep that car on the black stuff. And this is where you really can't you have to judge the conditions. You've got to really go by the seat of your pants, as David Coulthard once said during his racing career in Formula One. And also, the LMP2 car gets a bit out of shape there. That's a real shame because if it was a very good lap, it can also show that if you're pushing to the limits of adhesion, you know that you won't be able, if that's Andreas Nygaard in the 199 car, the ID SimSport vehicle. And again, the back end just stepping out a little bit, and it's not conducive to a pretty competitive lap time. And the drivers are having to run along with other cars on the circuit, and it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. We've got just over an hour and 42 minutes of this session remaining. And again, in the left-hand bottom corner of your screens, you can see that the weather is fast closing in. So Henrik Holler now is in behind the wheel of the Glam Racing 404 Aston Martin that currently leads the way in GT3 at the moment. if you do want to get an update on the timing as it happens, as traffic really coming into the fore when DPIs are trying to get past. There's DIS SR Lab. Andy Kirsten, one of the regular drivers in that car. They've also had their fair share of trials and tribulations over the course of the season, and the finale of the GTR 24H calendar will be the 24 hours of Le Mans. So if you want to catch up with the live timing, it's timing.gtr24h.org. As all the DSR Dream Team having another nightmare. This seems to be a running gag here on GTR 24H if people think that we're getting a bit on the pun side of things. But in realistic side of it, you're just going to have to sort of like grin and bear it with us, unfortunately. And even on the curbs are getting very, very slippery because that rain, it says possible light rain on the top of your screens there at home. So DIS SR Lab currently sitting in what is GTE, currently sitting in 4th position. Fabio Liuzzi, quickest for Musto GD Esports in the number 53 BMW M8 GTE, leads the way in that class. And Josh Perwin back out on track, and Viaducton in the pits and now get released. So please don't hesitate to get involved with us here at GTR 24H. Obviously, we welcome all our GTR 24H radio listeners to us as always, where you actually hear what we're talking about in between the commercial breaks, which does get quite entertaining at times, as Viaducton is a very, very long pit here at Spa-Francorchamps. So we have just over 1 hour and 38 minutes still to go in this session. Josh Perwin from Axel Sports has put in the best effort overall, a 1 minute 59.946. Team Viaducton, a 2 minute 7.537. LMP2 at the moment, there are multiple cars that have set lap times, but it's Nuno Pinto in the number 57 from Ramada Motorsport that leads the way. Zoltan Borda in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing, 2 minute 1.585. So the interval between them is probably the best part of 1.6 seconds. Saba Kiss from Juices Motorsport Club in the number 15. P3, Alman Hazik from Blue Steel Racing running out the top 4 in the 401 car. ProSim in the 007. Rounding out what will be the top 5 ahead of ID SimSport, DEAC Hackers and DSR Dream Team. GTE, so it's Fabio Liuzzi from the number 53 Musto GD Esports BMW M8 crew, leading the way with a 2 minute 15.409, a 2 minute 16.053 for David Serra from World of Sim Racing in the number 51. Anyone might remember that accident that car had back at Silverstone. That was a bit of a belter, no pun intended right there. Daniele Primavera from Musto GD Esports rounds out the top 3, and then it's DIS SR Lab. GT3, we have Henry Kohler from Glam Racing, Nikolai Berzrukov from the all-Russian crew at Unison Racing, Ludovic Darcuy in One Move Esports, and then Zolt Pribek from Mugen Sim Racing. Rounding out the top 4, we're on board with Daniele Primavera, currently P3 in GTE, who's just exited out of Blanchimont. Now into the bus stop chicane. This Team Viaducton in the DPI car. Coming through the bus stop chicane as Primavera decides to pit. So it is all about strategy. And we have 1 hour, 36 minutes and 44 seconds still to go. If a team, now we've had this before, for those of the uninitiated of you that have not been with us here on GTR 24H, first of all, a very warm welcome to you all. The biggest thing is that we've had it before where teams have done one half of qualifying and then have not done the second session. That instantly demotes them significantly down the grid because an aggregate is based off of that particular one lap time. If some drivers or teams are unable to make it to the event for qualifying, then what happens is that they literally get put down to the back end of the grid, and that has happened multiple times before. There's the 401 LMP2 car of Blue Steel Racing making its way through the circuit and has a couple of, well, it looks like the Glam Racing car, the 404, and the GT3 car, the Aston Martin. And there is the number 45 DIS SR Lab, Porsche. They've exited Blanchimont, they're now into the bus stop chicane, and that's where you've got to be really hard on the brakes, because this circuit, just over 7 kilometers in length, is one of the most taxing circuits, if not the most taxing circuit, apart from the Circuit de la South, where we head to in the last week of October for our 2021 season finale. It is known for being one of the most challenging circuits, and in the eyes of many drivers. So was the poll, so Liam Rant says on YouTube, was the poll DPI time set in the dry? That we will have to confirm with you a little bit later on in the session, but because of the fact that we have got rain, I would imagine with the differential between, I mean, it's difficult to say. The thing is that from that perspective, it could be that maybe the onset of rain was coming, and in that particular occasion, if they were running on full slip, that car will be at full racing speed with the humidity surrounding it all. Yeah, so the 159 bracket was actually being done by LMP2s in free practice, so it could be on the cusp. I mean, looking at the times, I mean, Nuno Pinto's put in a 2:07 around this circuit, so not too far off the pace. So it could be that there might have been a slight differential. Track wetness at the moment is 10 to 25%, as we're fast approaching the conclusion of the first half hour of this session. We're on board with DAC Hackers and Martin Mergeli behind the wheel, going very close to the right hand side, coming out of Radillon and onto Les Combes. So let's just see if we can keep on board with number 95 LMP2 entry through the chicane at Les Combes before heading into the right hander here at Malmedy before Bruxelles. Very tight around here. You've got to be probably in around second gear. You've got to try and keep it as close to the apex as possible. Now into the left-hander known as No Name. If anyone might remember that Formula 1 timing incident where you had No Name and no real gap between the two cars. And then it's going to be into the double left, originally known as Double Gauche. That's the double left. It's now known as Pouhon. And you're actually accelerating as you go through this particular section. Into Les Fagnes. Right-hander that then goes into the next left before the double right at Stavelot. Again, you're going down the hill, you're building momentum, you're carrying commitment through these corners. Tight on the apex, let the car run a little bit wide, try not to exceed track limits. And then now is the run down towards Blanchimont. This is where the speed really picks up. The aerodynamics will be pushing this car to the tarmac very, very hard indeed. That was pretty well negotiated by Martin Mergeli there. And then it's going to be very much hard on the brakes. Down into first gear. It's on the apex through the first part of the bus stop chicane. To the left. By the power. And then just see if you can push that car as far forward as possible. And Martin Mergley keeps that car in 7th position in LMP2 at the moment, but we have had no yellow flags currently. Again, you can just see going through into Eau Rouge and then Radillon up the hill. You've got to really keep your eyes on track limits, and that was well done by Martin Mergley to keep it pinned. Obviously, there will have been a slight lift. Anyone might remember the outside overtake going up through Eau Rouge and through into Radillon by Mark Webber on Fernando Alonso. When the former was at Red Bull Racing, the latter was at Ferrari. So don't forget, we are on social media. If you want to go to our official website for all the latest news regarding not just everything with regards to the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, but hopefully we'll be able to give you some news about the forthcoming Sprint Series, which again will return to Assetto Corsa Competizione, and that is a championship worth entering as well. So Martin Mergley keeping things going in LMP2, but the top three rounding out pretty much at the same at this particular juncture. George Manosakis is behind the wheel of the Ramada Motorsport LMP2 car, and Zoltan Borda now jumps behind the wheel of the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. And GTE, Jose Berengoya now in the WOSR iZone Racing Porsche, the number 51. No changes as we've got a yellow in sector number 3. Very briefly, but that's now been retracted. But Josh Perwin looks to still be keeping the same pace, but the weather is not on the driver's sides here at Spa-Francorchamps. So 1 hour, 29 minutes and 38 seconds. I think with that in mind, let's go to a brief commercial break and we'll be back with qualifying for the penultimate round of the GTR 24H 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back after a brief commercial interlude here on GTR 24H4 qualifying, the first session out of two for the penultimate round of the season, the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And we're back on board with Martin Mergley from DEAC Hackers in the number 95, and they're still currently running in P7. Right, question asked by Filippo Caneo. Well, the radio is not working at the moment. We have got something to rectify in terms of configuration issues. However, that will be live and uninterrupted for the race this coming Saturday. Well, coming up very, very soon indeed. I've been so busy at the moment. Yeah, so we've had to reconfigure quite a bit because all the teams jumped in at the same time. But that is part and parcel of having to troubleshoot on the fly. But we still have plenty of time remaining in this session. 1 hour, 25 minutes still to go. And it is business as usual. Nakib Aslan has now got behind the wheel of the number 21 Axel Sports Cadillac DPI, with Josh Perwin doing a very, very good, credible job to get them up at the top of the timesheets. Now, the biggest thing is that Satellite Racing, who've now got Ian Pfeiffer behind the wheel in the number 65, are down the order, and there's all the LMP2 brigade in there. Carlos Buster now behind the wheel of the Ramada Motorsport number 57. And there's been no real changes on drivers entering in, but it has been, well, funnily enough, the number 777 DSR Nightmare LMP2 car has now joined in. It's on its outlap at the moment. Team Viaducton on another outlap, as is Satellite Racing. So you can go to timing.gtr24h.org and you'll see a new layout where you can actually click on. So for those wondering, DPI is actually listed under HyperCar on the timing, but click that for the DPIs. You've got your LMP2s, your GTEs, and your GT3s, and if you click the all button, it shows you the current way of qualification, how things are looking at the moment. We're back with Team Viaducton in the number 1 car. Viaducton have been in competition in GTR 24H for quite a time. It's good to see them back on the grid and trying a new car for the remainder of the season. Axel Sports are going to be competing the 24 hours of Le Mans here for GTR 24H. And just to remind you all and whet your appetites of when the date is, it is October. And it is the last week, which just so happens to be the 27th to the 31st of October. And we will have some further news as, Viaducton have gone spinning. I'm not too sure who that might have been there at that particular juncture, but Viaducton not having a great run in qualifying. And that was an LMP2 car that went past, and Viaducton quickly hard on the brakes to avoid any further deluge of dramas and damage here in this qualifying session. But nevertheless, they now get back, all 4 wheels on the tarmac and moving forwards. Probably not in the way that they would have wanted. Nevertheless, they are still circulating, which is good for them. It's good for us, but yes, we do unfortunately see what happens when you get it slightly wrong, or whether it's through no fault of your own. So Viaducton now coming through the bus stop chicane will carry on, and we are About 22 minutes away from the halfway point of this session. We will have an interlude in between the first and second sessions of qualification. And now we're on board with Nikolai Bezrukov in the Unison Racing 717 Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT3. They have been one of the teams competing for the title in this championship, which started earlier on this year. And the wipers are still going. And when the rain comes along to play at Spa-Francorchamps, the same thing is true of what we see every single time. And you can see on the top left corner of your screens what the times are at the moment for the respective drivers. Bezrukov has been charged with being behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. A real good point by Simkai Wan from Blue Steel Racing, who's actually been on the chat. And said about that, yeah, I think it looks like the rain did actually happen pretty quickly afterwards. Oh, we've got another spinner, and it's at the top of Radillon, and oh, dearie me. That was the Axel sports car going off the track. Nakib Aslan hard into the barriers, losing the left rear wheel on the back axle. Oh, that was a hefty hit, a hefty whack there for the number 21. Just loses the back end. It steps out to the left-hand side, going through the top part of Radillon, and that car is now being repaired in the garage. A hard, hard hit. No one wants to see that at the best of times. So Bezrukov going through Les Combes, and looks to be an LMP2 car just up ahead. So air and track temperature have remained the same, 22 degrees Celsius. As Team Viaducton back out on the circuit, the back end getting all over the place. I mean, if you use the NASCAR terminology for the back end of that car right now, it might be a little bit loose, but that doesn't help with the surface moisture on the circuit, because you can just see there is a little bit of a, it just seems that Viaducton are really trying to get a handle on this car, and the DPI looks to be a bit of a handful in the wet. Once you get the car up to speed and you're not having any traction problems, the aerodynamics will help to push the car into the ground. But Viaducton again off the track. It's I think the term messy could be a bit of an understatement, but it's just that these drivers are just pushing, and that's what you have to do in a qualifying session, come rain or come shine. Now, if anyone might remember one particular race of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, where these drivers are simply just, they're going, it snowed before the 6 hours of Spa. At that particular time of year, it was absolutely ridiculous. Okay, going to go to an instant replay now, and this is Viaducton in the top left-hand corner. That's going through Pouin. Oh, that was so close to the wall, and I think the back left actually tagged it. And Nakib Aslan also having some drivers as well in the number 21 Axel Sports DPI car. It has been a bit tricky, to say the very least. So you can see, you can see on your screens that there is a dry line, and that is incredibly finite, or the more layman's term for that would be narrow, to say the very least. It's tighter than a very dark swamp tunnel right now, and you can just see again Viaducton getting very close to the ragged edge, nearly losing the back end, and it does step out. Oh no! Into the barriers hard. It does a 1080, and that was coming out of Radion going through into Lecom. Oh my goodness. If you wanted a dramatic accident, you've got one right there. That just goes to show, and straight away they've hit the escape button. The cars return to garage as a result of that incident. But that was one hefty whack right there. So qualifying 2 will get underway at 21:30 Central European time, and then 12 o'clock. And that will be night qualifying, so we do a daytime and we do a nighttime qualification here in GTR 24H for the EEWC. And 12 o'clock Central European summertime is when the 24-hour race will get underway. And you can see that Viaduct's just bringing the car to the pits, and it's tracking to the right-hand side. I did see it glance the barrier ever so slightly on the right rear. And Zoltan Borda from Mugen Sim Racing in the number 22 car, making his way round the circuit. It's just so difficult to really see how that dry line going to expand over the course of the session. That is the biggest, that's the 64,000 Danish kroner question I really need to ask right now, considering that our team over in Denmark, Peter Munkholm and John Fabricius Torell, as always, getting so much work done behind the scenes to keep the championship running. And a real big thank you to all our respective partners, as always. Viaducton, straight lining at Lecom, I see. Well, that is a definitive track cut. That lap time will be disallowed, and as a result of that, that means they need to go out there and get it all done again. So Viaducton still circumnavigating their way around. So Viaducton still trying to make their way around the circuit through the pit lane. Now it looks like we've had a third hypercar join us, and it is the returning 65 of Satellite Racing. So they have put that car into provisional second position in the qualifying session. Nakib Aslan in the garage in the 21 axle sports car. The team based out of Singapore and Malaysia. Mikko Nasi, who I know personally, very good guy. Originally based out of Finland, but now is a driver coach, and he's also a Skip Barber iRacing champion. He's actually competed for Team Finland at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, so there's a bit of a karting link there for you, ladies and gentlemen. He's attended there twice as a driver and multiple times as a photographer, would you believe it? And I had the opportunity of commentating on Mikko Nasi for the Rotax Sim Racing Challenge, which was, funnily enough, done in Skip Barber cars on the iRacing platform. And Mikko Nasi was in competition with probably the best part of well over 450 drivers, which got narrowed down to the top 72 following 3 days of hot lap qualifying stakes. So we're getting a about 12 minutes away from the halfway point of the first of 2 hours of daytime qualifying before we go into nightfall. Nikolai Bezrukov exploring track limits and slightly exceeding them. So just to briefly run through how the times are looking at the moment. So still Axel Sports at the top of the timesheets, and their best lap, a 1 minute 59.946, set by Josh Perwin. Nakib Aslan has been trying to get to grips with the car, and in inclemental conditions, it's not been paying to Nakib's benefit. In favour from Satellite Racing rounding out the top two with in the 65, and Team Viaductin rounding out the top three. LMP2, it's Pedro Ramada now behind the wheel of the Ramada Motorsport car. The number 57 LMP2 entry on provisional pole for this session, but leading the way in terms of time qualifying. No aggregates, no real aggregate given in terms of what we're going to see in the second session, which will be done under nightfall. Zoltan Borda for Mugen Sim Racing, Tabakis from Juices Motorsport Club, Ayman Hasik in the Blue Steel Racing number 401. Running at the top four, ahead of ProSim, the 007. That's ID SimSport, DAC Hackers, B32 Racing now join us, and they're on a hot lap at the moment. They are currently down the order. So, effectively, we have 10 LMP2 cars out at the moment. They are currently P8. Tiziano Brioni is now behind the wheel of the number 53 Mustang GT Esports car in the BMW. Jose Berengoya behind the wheel and is on the hot lap. Brioni is in the garage at the moment, as is Daniele Primavera from the number 54 sister Mustang GT Esports BMW M8. And then the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche rounds out the four that have completed a lap in GTE. GT3 BAM Racing still lead the way ahead of Unison Racing, One Move Esports, who now have Ludovic Daquij is being shown as the driver in there. The car is in the garage, as is the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing. So again, you can see the weather on your screens, and the weather is coming in thick and fast. Those clouds look ever foreboding here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. There is the Glam Racing 404 car. Henry Kohler behind the wheel. That car still leading GT3 at the moment. And some history of this fantastic circuit. 7.004 kilometers in length. And it has evolved over the years into what we see now. Also hosts the recently hosted the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. There was also on the SRO Esports, they had the 24 Hours, their version of the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps on the ACC platform. So the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, based in Stavelot, funnily enough, has a double right-hander named after that part of the world. And it is the current venue of the Belgian Grand Prix, where Formula One is actually racing this weekend, but we want you to concentrate on us here on GTR 24H. This track has hosted the first of the Belgian Grand Prix back in 1925. And apart from from 1985 up until the present day, it's not hosted a Grand Prix in 2003 and 2006. And the current iteration has been in use since 2007. Pre-war circuit, which ran between 1921 and 1938, was 14.9 kilometers in length, 25 turns, and the race lap record for that particular circuit was set, or iteration of the circuit, was set in 1937 by Hermann Lang for Daimler-Benz before they turned into Mercedes. A 5-minute lap, 5 minutes 4.1 seconds. Also on the previous honour roll includes the legend that is Mr. Henri Pescarolo, who in the 1973 World Sports Car Championship, Viaducton's gone off again at Fradillon. That car, I think, has had more spins than I care to think of right now. And it's going through. Now, they're going to go down the hill, through into Eau Rouge, down from La Source, and the back end steps out as the car makes its way through, and the left-hand side just goes bang into the barriers. So as I was alluding to earlier, the old circuit, which ran between 1939 and 1978, was 14.1 kilometers, had 21 turns, and in the matcher that Henri Pescarolo ran or drove in 1973 in the World Sports Car Championship, set a race lap record of a 3 minute 13.4. So Viaducton again in the pits. We are just 5 minutes away from this particular half of qualifying. And then it's going to be a completely different proposition altogether. There's another one going off at Radillon. That's going to smart a little bit, virtually speaking. Again, it looks to be the same thing that we saw with Viaducton, and the car goes hard into the barriers. Looks to be the front left corner that has just taken a big old wallop. It seems like Sabakis is being given some welcome words of encouragement on the YouTube chat. But again, this dry line, which is still rather narrow, you get it a bit wrong. And I think that might have been B32 Racing that did have a bit of a moment. And you can see in the top right-hand corner, there's the incident with Zolt Pribeck from Mugen Sim Racing. And just wait for it. And the right side takes the massive impact, and the right rear wheel, brake disc and hub, and probably upright suspension has been ripped asunder at that particular moment in time. So we've seen Mugen Sim Racing. The round at Indianapolis was one of heartbreak, really, because they were leading the race, then all of a sudden a double downshift caused the engine to blow sky high. I mean, Mugen Sim Racing had to rejoin the race. There's been more dramas as well in the meantime. So the drivers have been tested here at Spa-Francorchamps. Don't think it's going to get easier, and especially under nightfall, that's a completely different proposition altogether. But I have just been informed there could be track evolution on the way, because it has stopped raining. The WOSR car was also in the barriers, amongst others. But this looks to be a very clean lap by the number 22 car, I believe. That is Zoltan Boda behind the wheel of the Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 entry, currently P2 in LMP2, and overall they are currently third, but it's still Axel Sports that lead the way in this, and that's very committed from Zoltan Boda going through Blanchimont, now hard on the brakes into the bus stop chicane. Ahead of them, just briefly, was the Glam Racing car, Kim Pedersen behind the wheel of the DSR Dream Team. Number 766 LMP2 car. Trying to make its way through into Pouan. As Team Varduxen finally... Oh, that's from the replay earlier on. I nearly got a bit excitable there. Hang on, has anyone got the defib on standby? Oh, sorry, well... So, Kim Pedersen has been keeping circulating around the track. Varduxen's still out there, going through Pouan. And you can see here, it's a little bit of a slow-mo. Look, the back end stepping out, all to the right-hand side. This does not look great at all. That front end is going to hit the barriers, and it does again. The left front corner takes the massive heft of an impact. Oh, Varduxen are trying to keep themselves going, but with the amount of dramas that the car has had over the course of the qualifying session, which is about to hit its second hour in the first part of it in just under 60 seconds time. Yeah, just at full speed, whack. I mean, that's not great at all. And it just shows that the DPI car is incredibly difficult to set up, as are all of these cars, but the DPI has the biggest amount of you've got to really be on point. You've got to get the tyre pressures right. You've got to camber, the caster, all that kind of stuff into what is happening. And coming up to the halfway point in this first half of qualifying. And I think with that in mind, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR 24H. We'll be back in a moment.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to GTR 24H, and we are past the halfway point of the first session of qualifying for the GTR 24H. 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps as Viaductant makes it back to the pits. Coming back to my earlier point, I think it's not the case of the setup. Sometimes it can be because of the racing line, the dry racing line that we got for qualifying, and that has caused problems, especially for Team Viaductant. And they have really been in the trenches so far this evening. But hopefully they will get a bit of a better handle on it as the session progresses, but there is no rainfall. Drivers will now start to, hopefully using these wet weather tyres, start to push the rain away a little bit, straight in another direction apart from on the racing line, the dry line, in order to get some better opportunities at a qualifying lap. Here's Zoltan Boda for Mugen Racing in the number 22 LMP2 car, currently second in the class at the moment, P3 overall. And you can just see how much you're like treading on eggshells coming through onto the racing line. There's the 401 entry. And that is Blue Steel Racing with Ayman Hazik behind the wheel. So this team, initially formed in 2015, it was actually the team's initial goal to unite their passions of the passions of both anime lovers and motorsport enthusiasts. Well, that's very, very true when it comes to Asian and particularly Japanese culture. You see a lot of comics like, say, Initial D, which was made into a live-action film with a very plucky Toyota Corolla AE86, I remember, because I actually have a copy of that film at home. And, you know, over the years, starting from 2015, they were having multiple successes in multiple different sim racing leagues and also miniature tournaments. And they felt that it was right to rename to Blue Steel Racing. No relation to Ben Stiller and Zoolander, of course, because they wanted to have a new, catchier name. And, you know, you've got a pretty cool acronym, you know, BSR, as a result of it. And they've raced on CET Corsa Competizione, R Factor 2, Gran Turismo Sport, Race Room Experience, amongst other titles over in Asia. Sim Kai-wan is the team leader. You've also got Ayman Hazik, Amir Hazik, Wei Xiong, and Mohamed Zini, who are all familiar names in Asia and as a competitive team. So they've got their work cut out, but already being in the thick of the action, being E4 in an LMP2 class that is ultra competitive. And one team that I have not seen so far is Varga Sim Racing. So you can just see that trying to put the power through the corners at the moment. I mean, the Juices Motorsport Club car, the LMP2 entry, the back end stepped out ever so slightly to the right, the left hand side, whilst trying to put down the power. So, and that's Saba Kiss just behind the wheel. In the number 15, currently P3 in LMP2, P4 overall in the classification. Yes, I have seen the YouTube chat when people have said, oh yeah, qualifying, it looks like there was a lot of spinning in it. You're definitely right, because there's been quite a lot of spinning, especially when you have a finite wet weather line, which then couples with a lot of surface water on the outer extremities, causing cars to spin out. And in all honesty here, it just goes to show that it's never easy. This just gives you an idea of what this season has been all about. It's about fighting all your way through every single drama, heartbreak, and everything that's been thrown your way, and you never give up, you never give in, you keep on pushing right up until the bitter end. And I did actually, back in October 2016, I had a little bit of a motorsport petrol heads road trip, coupled with some weekend work as well at Hockenheim for the DTM. However, I visited 3 circuits before I ended up at Hockenheim for that weekend. So the first part of the trip, I drove from my home in North Essex, went across on the ferry to Dunkirk, and then drove through to Circuit Zolder, originally known as Circuit Terlamen. Then, actually, funnily enough, I ended up not too far from, I think it was the incline between Aarhus and Radillon, which was quite interesting because I actually saw the media boxes on the other side of the circuit, and where I'd gone, it was the underground tunnel, and that was back in 2016, and then I ended up at the Nürburgring, which hosted our previous round of this season, and it was just once around the clock, not twice around the clock. Viaducton looks to be going back into the pits once again. They still ran out the top 3 in qualification in DPI. But however, that puts them a little bit further down, because at the minute, they are currently 13th overall, but P3 in the DPI class. Now Viaducton gets back underway on the circuit itself. So we will be getting into the latter throws of this session. Just over 49 minutes. Well, it's about just under 49 minutes still to go. And B32 off. I've got one word for that. Don't worry, it's not an expletive. The word I'm going to use for that is ouch. You can see the back end stepping out to the left-hand side as the car's going through Radillon, and twitches, and boom. So the whole of the left-hand side of that car is absolutely destroyed, but to the point where there's significant damage. I think, judging by the fact that the left-hand side of that car was definitely drooping a bit further towards the tarmac. Looks like both left side wheels may have been ripped off that car, and the suspension, hubs and uprights came along for the ride. I think, in the words of Anthony Davidson for this year's Le Mans, I have no words. That's all I'm saying about that one. But hopefully we hope that some of you actually did manage to catch some of the race. I certainly did, despite what I was doing that with. Okay, so let's just see. Looks like we've got Mr. Nygaard in the room with us. Mr. Nygaard, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, mate.
It's tough out there, isn't it? Very, very slight dry line emerging on the circuit. I understand there's no rainfall, but it has been a real test for everybody trying to put in a real good hot lap out there today, isn't there?
Yes, and of course the first, I think, 10-15 minutes was the hardest. You were out there and quick, and I actually think it's like okay position for us in spite of our team and our setup, but we actually have made a good setup, so it's very okay, and now we are getting some practice here in the wets.
Mm-hmm. And now, hopefully, with the track evolving a little bit more, I've just seen B32 Racing just literally hammer the barrier hard with the left-hand side of the car going through Radion. It seems to be really catching a lot of people out. How's that been for you guys?
Yeah, I had one shunt or something, but not much actually. We have had good control of our car. I think our car is good in this condition, and we're not afraid. The car is not risky and everything, so it can rain. We can afford it.
And it must be good that Spa-Francorchamps is on the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship calendar this year. You know, we have raced at Matsusaka, known more commonly as Suzuka, but to come to the Ardennes Forest, you know, it's a true driver's track. Everyone loves it, even though they may hate it at times.
Yeah, we actually think it's better to be at Spa, in my opinion. I was here in the summer, so was here driving in a road car. But yeah, Spa is a more legendary track, and it's lovely to blast up through Rouge and everything. So more known, the track.
Well, listen, thank you very much for joining us here in the broadcast studio, and we wish you all the very best of luck for qualifying and for the race itself.
Yeah, you too, man.
So there we go. Good to hear from Mr. Nygaard there, and hopefully we'll catch up with some of the drivers a little bit later on in the broadcast. But 45 minutes to go, and it is still pretty much as it was. Carlos Buster now running behind the wheel of the Ramada Motorsport LMP2 car that continues to lead the class in this first session of qualifying. And with just under 45 minutes to go, the track temperature is starting to increase. 15 degrees air temperature. The track temp has gone down by 3 degrees over the course of the last half an hour or so to 19 degrees Celsius. And there is no rainfall. So really, I think the teams are probably thinking that really means we can start pushing. And we're now on board with Thibaut Malbrun, and that is in the number 26 One Move esports car. And they've also had their fair share of highs and lows, just like any team here in the EEWC this season. It's all going to come to a head where we will crown our 2021 champions on the 31st of October 2021 with the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's going to be a bumper-filled, packed race through the night. And as they say, you don't choose to win Le Mans. Le Mans chooses you, and you can have the highest of highs and you can have the lowest of lows. And I think really, you know, we've seen in seasons past, Team WRT this year, the 41 car in LMP2, they actually revealed today what the problem was with the LMP2 car, which broke down on the final lap going after the Dunlop chicane. That it was an electrical fault. That just shows you push for 23 hours and 58 and a bit minutes, and your very last lap gets thrown that curveball, and it literally kiboshes your race. But we'll see how the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in late October will decide what will be a fitting conclusion for our season. So, as you can see on the front of Thibaut Malbrun's car, the number 26 One Move esports Ferrari, it's just keeping an eye whether to see the wipers are on. I think there probably will be if there was cars in front, but there will be a little bit of spray pickup through the aerodynamic properties of the fins and wings on the cars. But looks like it wasn't the case. Here's Juice's Motorsport. And also followed, looks to be, I think that was Unison Racing as one. WRSR off again, and that's at the top of Radion. Oh, Oh my goodness, this is going to be a hard hit if they make it. Saul Sanchez, front end into the barriers. That Porsche's already lost its rear wing once in this session. Again, it's that finite dry line that is not really being conducive at all to what is actually happening. But with the fact that there is no rainfall, hopefully that dry line might expand. But it's early days saying that, Alex, isn't it? So I'm going to do one thing. Touch wood. Well, touch plastic. Yeah, there we go. Just have a bit more luck there. But it looks like we're not having a bit of luck here. That is... Don't tell me that's the DSR Dream Team again. That's going to be hard hit into the barriers. Oh, bang. And... Oh, the rear wings off of that car. That is going to handle like an absolute pig in the wet. No aero properties apart from the rear diffuser on that. And that just goes to show how difficult this circuit is being tonight. So it was a really, really big hit for DSR Dream Team. And it's going to be... There are times when you try and think of something and you can't, and I just had one of those moments. Don't worry, it's not a senior moment. But the good thing is we can understand how hard these drivers are pushing. Now we're on board with Juice's Motorsport Club's Sabakis in the number 15 LMP2 car. Now making his way down the hill. We're going to head down into, looks to be Pouhon. Well, it's not Pouhon. I think it's a little bit further down the circuit. That will be down. Yeah, Speaker's Corner. And Sabakis has lost the back end. There was a bit of runoff taken there, and especially with those curbs. And has that car hit the barriers? I think it has. That's going to go backwards. And he's... Just wait for it. Oh, hold on to the brakes nicely there, did Sabakis, and kept it going. That's a good job there. That means probably a bit of new Nomex, virtually speaking, required. Clean up on aisle 3, and maybe a new set of wet weather tyres required on the number 15 Juice's Motorsport Club car. But a good save from Sabakis to keep it out of the barriers, whereas some teams and drivers have not been so fortunate. There we go, trackside with the number 15. There's the DAS SR Lab number 45 GTE car, the Porsche 911. So we still have time left on the clock, and it's just over 39 minutes remaining. So who are your bets on tonight for pole position in all of the 4 classes? We'd like to hear from you. You can get involved on the YouTube chat. You can also connect with us on social media. For all the latest news, head to gtr24h.org, which is available 24/7, 365. And looks like Sabakis has had that massive moment and has clobbered the barriers big time. That would have been going through Blanchimont, so not great there. DIS SR Lab, the Porsche makes its way through this time. And also the WOSR iZone Performance car has had its trials and tribulations with Radillon. So looks like the amount of surface water is starting to be swept away ever so slightly. Hasn't dissipated much, and the reason being now also one of the lovely things that you can do, and I just noticed this, is that there is a live track map on the timing.gtr24h.org, which actually shows you which cars are where on the circuit. So that's another new thing that we're bringing to you people at home, just so you can follow the action. So with 37.5 minutes left to go in the clock in this first session, just a quick run through of all 4 classes once again. The DPI, still Axel Sports, the 1:59.946 second lap time set by Josh Perwin keeps the number 21 at the top of DPI, ahead of Satellite Racing and the number 65 with a 2:05.370. They're currently out on a hot lap at the minute. And Viaducton, 2 minutes 7.537, putting them to P3 in the class. Ramada Motorsport leads the way in LMP2, ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, Juice's Motorsport Club. You've got Blue Steel Racing, Pro Sim running at the top 5, ID Sim Sports. Then you've got DEAC Hackers, B32 Racing, Kid Pedersen, and in DSR Dream Team, and the DSR Nightmare Crew rounding out LMP2. GTE, 4 cars have set lap times. The number 53 Musto GD Esports car leads the way, ahead of the number 51 World of Sim Racing iZone Performance car. Musto GD Esports second car, the 54 BMW M8 GTE, rounds out the top 3, ahead of the Porsche of DIS Sim Racing Lab. GT3 still being led by Glam Racing in the 404, the Unison Racing 717, the number 26 One Move Esports, and the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing. McLaren 650F GT3 rounds out the 4 strong that have set lap times so far. 2 of those cars are currently in pit lane and in the garage. We're on board with the number 45 DIS SR Lab. Sometimes they do run a 720S in the GT3 class, with another part of the team there. As we ride on board with the onboard roof cam, now going into No Name Corner, and there is one of the LMP2 cars going into the pit lane. So what can we expect at this race that starts on Saturday at noon Central European summertime? Well, the jury's not out on that one yet, let me assure you of this. But I know for a fact that we are going to have one fantastic race. We've got some great new talents, great new drivers having joined the grid with Blue Steel Racing in LMP2 and Axel Sports in DPI. And that could give us a little bit more spice to the championship. But it has been a very, very interesting journey so far this season. On board now with the GT3 Aston Martin V8 Vantage of Henrik Holler in the 404. They're still leading the GT3 class. And having had chats with Callum Wilson in previous efforts by Glam Racing, they had a consistent run of 4th place finishes, 1 shy of the podium. But consistency does help towards winning a championship, and you never know, there could be an outside bet. You can never count anybody out, because one particular team can have an absolute mare at Le Mans, and then it all opens the floodgates. Then you're guaranteed of something rather special indeed. So Henrik Holler making his way through into the right-hander. It will be Malmedy, then into Bruxelles. And then turn 11, No Name Corner, aka Speaker's Corner. We'll refer to that in future now here on GTR 24H. And then it will be down to 12 and 13, Pouan. Taking a full commitment around about 4th gear. You're going to be accelerating as you go through this, because you don't want to touch the apex on the inside of the first part of Pouan. You want to go a little bit wider and then bring the car in as Sabakis flies past the GT3 Aston Martin of Glam Racing, going through the second part of Pouan. But good spatial awareness there by Henrik Holler in the 404 Aston to keep out of the way. Still, that dry line is very, very finite indeed. So with 32 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, it's time to go once again to a commercial interview here, interval here on GTR 24H, as qualifying continues here deep in the heart of the Ardennes Forest at Spa-Francorchamps.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, we're into the dying throes of the first stage of qualifying for the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the penultimate round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship, brought to you in association by Leap Gaming, Global Fix, Esports Television, Motorsport.tv and Film Vault Limited. My name's Alex Goldschmidt and I am on commentary duties for the majority of this qualifying session. We've had a brief yellow sector in sectors 1 and 2, which have both been briefly retracted. But we have just over 28 and a half minutes of the session remaining. Yusuf bin Suhail will be joining me a little bit later on here. And it has been an interesting one. There's not much going on at the moment because what we're waiting for are for drier conditions. But we're on board with the World of Sim Racing's Saul Sanchez in the second placed GTE car. As you can just see, there was just a little reminder of where you can find us, facebook.com/GTR24H. That's where you can find us. So if you have not already, why not like the page and also help us share to the world about this championship, which now has some welcome interest courtesy of Asia. And Viaducton. And that was a clash with Ramada Motorsports. Not what wants to happen at all, and I'm sure that Viaducton will be very clearly unhappy about that one. It was a touch from behind. That was, I think that was heading out of Blanchimont, if it serves me correctly. So realistically, you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. That's when you have such a finite dry line on the circuit that you can, if you are running quick. Now we know that Ramada Motorsport have been running quick all session. They're leading P2 and they're actually second overall behind Axel Sports. We go back on board with the Porsche 911 GTE of Saul Sanchez, the number 51 World of Sim Racing car. Through into Lecombe. And then through into the right-hander here at Malmedy. Down the dip and then into the hairpin here at Bruxelles, turn number 10. Then we'll go into Speaker's Corner. So I will be instructing both Yusuf bin Sahil and Ewan O'Leary to call that Speaker's Corner from now on whenever we do commentary here on GTR 24H. We're not going to call it No Name. We're not going to be like everybody else. We're going to be the rebels here on that particular occasion. But the good thing is that we have quite a lot of drivers pushing like crazy. It's not easy out there, far from it. But we do have a little bit of this session remaining. And at the moment, it's just over 25 minutes. Really, it's been staying pretty stagnant because, as I said earlier, it has been a case of waiting for this dry line to really, really up the pace. And at the moment, unfortunately, it's not quite happening thus far. But I'm sure that with the second half of qualification, we will have a little bit more. Bring to the party. I think we might have to. That means we'll be bringing the drinks, we'll be bringing the fireworks, we'll be bringing the bunting. And for those that don't know what bunting is, it's basically like colourful, it's colourful decorations that can be a little bit. I think the term that I'm looking for here is garish. And we Brits know about bunting. Oh yes, we do. Well, I do because I was brought up with it in my younger years. I'm showing my age now, aren't I? People might think I'm a dinosaur. Oh God, I hate to think when they see me in person, they go, actually, you're not as old as you look. Well, you're not as, you're not, you don't look like you're old. But the thing is, if I grow a beard, the grey and white hair start coming out, and then you see why these days now I'm pretty much clean shaven. Hopefully, I'll be on camera in a little while. But we've had a spinner, and that was in through the bus stop chicane ahead of Zoltan Borda, and that was Satellite Racing, the DPI, got it all crossed up, trying to hit the power, and it just spat the back end out. WOSR in the meantime, I've got Juice's Motorsport Club on their 6 coming through, and it's going to be about being brave around the outside. That's a good judgment there. That looks to be Juice's Motorsport. That will be Sabakis still behind the wheel. Things have pretty much remained where they are at the moment. And there is Zoltan Borda from Mugen Sim Racing. They're currently running at the top 3 overall and P2 in the LMP2 class. But Spa in its own right is pretty iconic. But very much like Le Mans, it's one animal during the day, and then it's a completely different one at the night time. And as we're going to have over the next 48 hours of racing that will decide the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship, will be those that are able to be tested, be put out of the frying pan into the fire, and come out rather unscathed. do know that that is easier said than done, especially when you have to cope with so many different factors. You have to cope with the weather, you have to cope with strategy, what your opposition are doing, and how you're going to counteract them. Is the car set up correctly? How are you going to split the shifts? Are you going to do double? Are you going to do triple stints? What are the lives of the respective tyres in the wet, in the dry? Are we going to have to use intermediates if we have them available? And it's about just being on point. There will be engineers for teams that will be staying up for pretty much the whole of the race, and then you'll have all the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions. I mean, when we do the mile 24 hours, that is the sixth and final round. We have we have several open, we have two open practices, we have two official practices, we have two qualifying sessions, we have warm-up, and then we go round the clock twice. That's a hell of a lot of coverage that's going to be coming up in the final week of October, as Sabakis has gone off again. And it's just about these weather conditions. It's sort of like 50-50, and these curves are going to be absolutely treacherous, because it's going to be like driving on ice with normal road-going tyres, and that is not what you want. I've been to Norway in February when it's been like minus 20 degrees Celsius. There are banks of snow all over the place, and every single road car has got the right tyres for it. And not normal road tyres, as in like all-weather or winter tyres, but I have heard it before where, depending on the roads, they will sometimes have that a little bit of additional traction being gifted through particular materials added to the surface of the tyres. But that was quite a long time ago, so maybe things have changed since then, I don't know. But I digress. And 20 minutes to go in the session. And the good thing is that I'm just trying to keep an eye on the lap times. Now, at the moment, Axel Sports have kept it in the garage. I'm just looking at the speed indexes, like the top speeds that I've seen for some of the cars. Now, the Cadillac DPI of Axel Sports, when Josh Perwin was behind the wheel, 297 kilometres an hour. The leading LMP2 car, Ramada Motorsport, 302 was the highest recorded speed. Juice's Motorsport Club, who are now back in the garage, 306 kph. Satellite Racing have been sort of like pulling out about 311 kilometres an hour. Now, 300 kilometres an hour is 186 miles an hour where I come from. And I don't live in the land down under. That's 190. That's nearly 193 miles an hour that car has done, and that's the fastest. So that'll be probably down the Kemmel Straight more than anything. Blanchimont, you're probably pushing 275, 280 in a DPI or an LMP2. GTE, GT3, you're probably pushing well over 260 plus at the very, very least. So having a look at, let's have a look at the speeds. Well, the fastest in a straight line car has been World of Sim Racing, 270 kph. GT3, it is a tie between Nikolai Bezrukov, Unison Racing, One Move Esports at 261 apiece. Glam Racing, a little bit down in terms of top speed, but they seem to be putting it together through the lap. It's Fabio Liuzzi in the number 53 for Musto GD Esports. Comes into the pits. A lot of the drivers now making their way into the pits. And as you can see, a very, very long pit straight here at Spa-Francorchamps. That's also going to be another telling factor over the course of the strategy. Instagram.com/GTR24H is where you can find us on there. So, Fabio Liuzzi has just had a bit of an off. Radion, it's catching people out even in this point of the session. Look at the amount of surface water that's still on the track. You can see like the little glisten from it, and it's not easy. And you put a foot wrong. We've seen it so many times. Going through into the dip, through Eau Rouge, and it throws you left or right, and it doesn't really matter which side of the barrier you hit. It hits one side, and B32 Racing, I think, have had the crash of the decade here tonight. Eamon Hassett behind the wheel of the Blue Steel Racing 401 LMP2 car. Still running out the top 4 in LMP2, but P5 overall. One Move Esport, sorry, that's the WOSR car. Number 51 Porsche coming through, and that's through Stavelot. The run into Blanchimont, so keeping it pinned. That's going to be at least 265 kph in sixth gear. Hard on the brakes, down to first. Turn it into the right-hand apex there, and the car decides to carry on. WOSR have, at the minute, kept themselves in second now. Saul Sanchez has just done a 2-minute 24.579. That is 8.5 seconds off their pace, their best pace so far this evening, as we've got 15 minutes to go. The drivers still pushing like crazy. We are into the final 14.5 minutes of this session. You can see that the headlights are on, as this is just showing how tricky this circuit is being. It's one of the LMP2 cars. That is Mugen Sim Racing that now comes across the line. And Zoltan Bodov just behind the wheel of that car. It is just over 8 tenths between first and second in LMP2. And Zoltan Bodov just did a 2-minute 4.037. And at the moment, well, Sabakis in the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club, the number 007 Pro Sim car, out on a hot lap. Outlap for ID Simsport, the 199, have Gert Nielsen behind the wheel. Kim Peterson's just had a bit of a moment, I think. Yellow flag has just come out in Sector 2. They were on a hot lap. DSR Nightmare also on a hot lap. Outlap for Satellite Racing, the 65, Team Viaductson, currently making their way through the first third of the circuit. And it really has been, as you were, business as usual. So if you are watching on our official YouTube stream, on the official GTR24H channel, if you haven't already, please don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and if you are feeling very, very generous, and we hope you are, please don't forget to smash that like button for us as well. Here's one of the GD Musto cars. Too sure if it's the 53 or the 54 that we're 53 or 54 that we're on board with. But let's go on a hot lap with someone in GTE, and they're going to come across down into La Source, through Eau Rouge, now up the crest of the hill through Adion, nice and neat and tidy from the BMW along the lengthy Kemmel Straight. Down a few gears, so that'll probably be down to third gear, into Les Combes, into the right, into the left-hander, and which brings us into the right-hander here at Malmedy. And we head back to LMP2, that's Juice's Motorsport Club. And at the moment, that car is still pretty well placed for how qualifying is looking at the moment. So just over 10 minutes remain, and at the moment in DPI it is Axel Sports that still leads the way after that fantastic effort from Josh Perwin early in the session. So the first, and as we found out a bit earlier on by Mr. Nygaard, a big thank you to him for joining us in the commentary box. That was set very early in the session. So one of the Musto cars has had a massive off. Supposed to be Fabio Liuzzi, possibly. That's the number one. No, that will be the other car. That will be the sister car, the 54. And currently behind the wheel of that car is Daniele Primavera. And it's not been easy, far from it. And Liuzzi just had a bit of a wiggle on there, and it's just put in a 2-minute 19.505 second lap time. That is 4.1 seconds off of their best effort so far in this session. As someone's gone off at Radion, just behind Fabio Liuzzi. Now, was that a Juice's Motorsport Club car? Possibly. Just looking at the livery, I think that might have been. That looks to be Viaductin coming back in. And as you can see, the timer ticking down, 9.25 minutes still to go. And it just seems, I think in some respects, what it looks like from my perspective, and we'll have a little bit of a discussion about that post this session after a brief interlude and a brief break, is thirsty work, doing commentary as always. And again, Viaductin are flirting with danger right there, aren't they? That was so close to... And you can see they're now starting to weave from side to side. Well, when you've got a dry line like that, that just says to me, but I mean, that line is starting to expand a little bit. That is starting to expand a little bit. So the track is starting to evolve, but probably not at the duration that the drivers wanted. Really, they probably wanted a bit more evolution and hopefully for a bit more dispersion of that wet weather on the racing line. But it looks to be that the cars are getting a bit more content, a bit more agreeable in these conditions. But if you run off the racing line like that, as we just saw with Viaductin, that was going through into Blanchimont, that's where you flirt with danger a little bit. Fabio Liuzzi in the 53 GD Musto esports car now comes back into the pit lane. Just over 7.25 minutes to go, 3/4 minutes to go. Axel Sports still leads DPI. LMP2 still Ramada Motorsport. The number 53 Musto GD esports car leads GTE. McLaren Racing currently leading GT3. So it has been an interesting session, to say the very least, here on GTR 24H. And some cars now coming into the pits, and the drivers might be deciding. Maybe the drivers and teams might be deciding, you know what, we're going to sit things out, we're going to wait until what happens in the night a little bit later on in the second half of qualifying. That's one of the Musto cars going off. Don't tell me that's just clobbered the barriers. Oh my goodness me. First up it was DPI, then it was LMP2. A bit of GTE sprinkled in the mix, like a bit of chili flakes on some mac and cheese or something like that to spice things up. And now the GTEs are really going for it. They probably think that there's more of an opportunity to get the car up to speed, because I see, I mentioned this earlier, it seems like a bit of a test session. And so what the teams are now trying to look at, and it's sort of learning on the job, so to speak. You're having to adapt with different factors. Strategy, you might run a little bit higher fuel to help give the car a little bit more of a bite down into the tarmac, using the tyres, using the contact patches. Viaducton have just now. Okay, just have a look at this. So the Musto car is behind Viaducton, and Musto are yeesh. Actually, I'm going to use I'm not down with the kids, but I do hear this word used. I think Team Viaducton was well and truly inadvertently yeeted right there, and I'm sure that Yusuf will agree with me a bit on that later on. They were properly yeeted, and it's so funny when I see so many memes where you hear the bloke going yeet in the background. It's just like that was a proper yeet from. But I think at the end of the day, you can now see that DPI's got no rear wing on it either. That's going to be a handful in the wet. But the thing is that G Musto gave them a warning. They said, "Come on, hurry up," because Musto were on a quick lap there, and I think, as the old adage says, once bitten, twice shy, and I'm sure that Team Viaducton will not be doing that again. In a hurry, just under 4.5 minutes to go in this session, and it has been an interesting one, to say the very least. There's probably quite a few words that maybe some of the teams and drivers will be using in deference to what I just intonated. However, it can just go to show that you could have a really, really good session, or you could have a really, really bad one. And replacing the word bad, I'm not going to say it because I don't swear live on air. It's a letter that begins with S, ends in T, and there's 2 letters in the middle. Go figure it out, is all I'm going to say on that one. But 3.5 minutes to go until we end the first part of qualifying, and it's good to see that a lot of the teams have gone back out on track, because they're now starting to really get a gauge of it. Now, the thing is that if these conditions hit during round 5 of the championship, oh my, there's one line, and I actually sang this to Peter Munkholm earlier. I'm not going to do singing again, which is, there may be trouble ahead, but I'm going to do this again. So there we go, touch wood. But it's one thing to sort of gauge conditions in qualifying, and that's what these drivers are doing. But in all fairness, what you could find is that they could come unstuck, because what if, like, rain comes in, and then it stops for half an hour. Then it comes back in again, and it's twice as powerful as the first time. Then you've got to really react on the fly. You cannot, you can try and do your best with it. Try and do your best, but it's about how you handle, how you react, and how you micromanage the situation. And everyone will be in their respective chats and talking to each other about it and going, right, okay, well, I think we should do this. I think we should do that. And it'll be like 3 to 5 voices all arguing amongst each other's, amongst themselves as to what exactly is happening. But it's about the biggest thing is you've got to have a conducive partnership between the teammates, the engineers. So it's the driver crew, the strategy crew. We have seen, we have seen some of the setups that these teams have, and they have been absolutely impressive. As WRSR closing in on GD Musto Esports there, and don't tell me that was, oh my goodness, what on God's green earth is happening here? Well, let's have an instant replay. So here, Musto GD Esports, gets a bit of a wobble there, and that's the 53, and then round the outside, that was Saul Sanchez, I believe, but oh my goodness, Musto GD Esports, Fabio Liuzzi must need that was a code brown, pure and simple. That was a code brown. Defibrillator needed, as we're into the last 30 seconds of the session. And again, another tank slapper for Liuzzi. And there's one happening behind. Someone's just had a major spin, just literally turned it right, and the back end stepped out left. And again, Liuzzi has another problem. The back end stepping out to the left on that BMW. This dry line is really starting to expand. These drivers, they're putting the power down, and even in these difficult conditions, you are going to have a real big problem if you put it on, like, say, Liuzzi's just done there. Timer hits 0 for the session. The first half of qualifying is completed, and realistically, that is going to call time on the first half of this session, and that is it. So, just goes to show how quickly things can change in a session here on GTR 24H, and we've still got nighttime qualifying to come. With that being said, I'm just going to run through the respective finishing place. Well, we've had a yellow out in Sector 2, but at the moment, so DPI, Nakib, Axel Sports and the number 21 go into the nighttime qualifying session at the top of the timesheets after session 1. Satellite Racing, the 65, followed by Team Viaduct in the number 1. Ramada Motorsport leading in LMP2 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing and Juice's Motorsport Club. Blue Steel Racing in 4th, Pro Sim in 5th, ahead of DSR Dream Team and DSR Nightmare. So, looks like the former is on the better foot this time. And they set their last lap in qualifying. The DSR Dream Team got themselves on a 2-minute 3.273, and that got them to within a tenth and a half of Pro Sim. Good job there for Dream Team, who were having a nightmare earlier on. ID SimSport in the 199 rounds is ahead of DAC Hackers. Well, as I say that, DAC Hackers have just gone P4, 2-minute 2.564. Juice's Motorsport improve in time, but not in position. So there we go. Another change for the books, because some drivers are still out on their hot lap. And the session is now coming to its inevitable conclusion. GTE, it is Musto GD Esports in the 53 that leads the class. They're back in the garage. World of Sim Racing, Musto GD Esports, 54 in 3rd, and DIS SR Lab, 45 Porsche rounds out the 4 that have qualified so far in GTE. GT3, Callum Wilson back behind the saddle of the 404 Aston Martin Glam Racing entry. As Viaducts and still out on the track, are they going to try and do something? I'm not too sure with the amount of trials and tribulations they have had, but at the moment, Callum Wilson is halfway round the lap. Let's see if we can find where the 4:04 is at present. So, yeah, Callum Wilson really getting a wriggle on. And last time around, well, the track has evolved to the point, 2 minutes, 19.641 seconds on the previous lap for them. Could this be a good one for Callum Wilson this time around? It could be a quick one, and there it is. Right, okay, and we'll be heading down trackside. There we are. There's the 4:04 coming through Blanchimont. So Callum Wilson has been shoehorned into the car at the death of qualifying 1. Through the corner, gets through, makes it neat and tidy. Hard on the brakes, as there is Team Viaducts just ahead. Oh, a little bit of a lag spike there for Callum Wilson. Oh my goodness. And that's it. The session has been concluded. So that is it for qualifying 1 here on GTR 24H. And we're going to take a little bit of a breather for about the next few moments or so. We're going to go to a commercial break. A big thank you to all our relevant partners. So you should now hopefully see all the times for session 1 on your screens. But a big thank you as always to our partners at Leap Gaming, Global Fix, the Esports Television Network, Motorvision.tv, and Film Vault Limited. We'll be back with a roundup of round 5 of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship, the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here on GTR 24H. Back in a few moments, folks.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's been an interesting first half of the qualifying session. Alex Goldschmidt back here on GTR 24H commentary duties. And let's bring another person in the room, and pleased to welcome alongside me in the commentary box here at GTR 24H, Mr. Peter Munkholm, live from Denmark. Good evening, sir. How are you, buddy?
There we go. Everybody should be able to hear me. Yes, I'm here.
Good evening, Peter. How are you, mate? How are things over in Denmark?
I'm busy, I think.
Yes.
That'll be the best. That'll be the best description. Other than that, we're fine. How about you, Alex?
Yeah, all good. All good.
Interesting section, wasn't it? Like the.
Yes. I mean, the rain really put the cat amongst the pigeons, to coin a phrase, really, didn't it?
You can learn to join the race session at the beginning now, because everybody that joined it at the beginning had about 5 minutes of dry, and that was where the times were set. So, yeah. Yeah, that'll be pretty hard for the Asian guys. Although Blue Steel was in pretty early as well. Well,
yeah, I mean, I think the standout. I mean, Axel Sports, no slouch. They've been around since 2008, and Josh Perwin, one of their great lineup that they've got. With GTR 24H, a 4-driver crew who are racing here at Spa and at the season finale between the 27th and the 31st of October. Josh Perwin put in an absolutely blistering lap. But I have to give props where props are due, because LMP2, Ramada Motorsport got in there quickly. So did Mugen. So did also Juice's Motorsport Club. But there were quite a few spins. I think Team Viaduct and they were the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. And I think the Yeet of the Evening award definitely goes to the incident between them and Musto GD Esports, doesn't it?
Yeah. There was one. It's going to come up in the highlights now. There was one with B32 Racing. They had, I think that was the most massive collision with the tire barriers coming up Bradley-Young that I've ever seen. I think it ripped both tires on the left side of the car clean off.
Yeah, I mean, the finite, or as the layman's term that I used, because we saw that DSR Dream Team had a bit of a nightmare early in the session. They also came into contact with the barriers, especially going through, I think that was or Blanchimont, where they went off and hit the barriers, as you'll probably be seeing on your screens at home. Just really just showcases how much of a fine line it was between being on the limit of adhesion and then being past it. I mean, WOSR also had a massive off in the Porsche. And realistically, it just goes to show how, when you have a setup predominantly for dry, and then you go straight into wet weather conditions, the teams have got to react accordingly, haven't they? Yeah,
and I think Viaducton as well did have massive problems with this very, very narrow and finite racing line. They just, it's always there's two things. Some drivers have their own lines, and they might be, that was one with that took a rear wheel as well. But some drivers have their own line, and they can be really fast driving a very different line than everybody else. That'll be an issue in weather like this. And some drivers just don't have the skill level to stay within that narrow, like you have maybe 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, couple of inches on each side of the car that you have to stay inside in order to stay inside that. It doesn't have to be dry, but drier line. And as soon as you get outside that, just have like a couple of inches of your tire touch over that limit, and you're into the really wets. It's complete loss of traction, and you just go around. That's when you have to be really good at adjusting to driving the best average line of all the other drivers on the server. Very realistic. Like a dry line would form like this in real life as well, where it would form where on average most drivers like to drive, and that you might not necessarily comply 100% with that, which creates it's just so hard, so difficult.
Yeah. Now, looking ahead to the race, twice around the clock, I mentioned this earlier on, that the strategies will have to be adapted accordingly. The teams will have to be eyeballs on stalks all the way through the race. I mean, we know how hard the engineers work. I mean, especially when I watched actually on YouTube. So it was very much...
That's the B32 one comes up now.
Oh, here we go. Right, okay. So just looking at this, the back end steps out. And what you were spot on the nose there. Both left wheels and suspension uprights. And then WOSR. Style points there for for what was the 540.
Oh, it keeps turning.
And bang. Front end goes in. But, when you look at what we've got with Axel Sports now, Axel Sports raced in the first ever, the inaugural Le Mans 24-hour virtual, and they were running pretty competitively, and their engineer was with them side by side. Alex Young and his son Alistair were the two real-life drivers, because Alex was actually instructed by the ACO, no, you need to race. And it just goes to show how things can be in there. But I think we've got somebody in the green room. Let's bring in Maria, the team boss for Glam Racing, and let's have a chat because they've had a really good first session. I'm just trying to...
I'm on it.
There we go. So we have the team boss from 404 Glam Racing, who've just taken the top time in the first session of qualifying. Maria, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Indeed, loud and clear. Well, that was a very good session for you guys. Callum was looking rather feisty in the final part of the session. He was getting closer and closer to the time that was initially set earlier on. I mean, I've spoken with Callum on a number of occasions this season that he said, yeah, we've been pretty consistent this year, but it seems to be clicking a little bit better this time at Spa in qualifying. How are you guys feeling going into the second session where we're going to be into Nightfall?
Well, right now, I think it looks dry on the track, but I don't know if it's going to reset, but right now it's looking good. And what Callum did, he just ran in there as quickly as he could on the first one, and that set a good time. And then when it dries up, he just ran in there again and just did amazing.
Yeah, he's definitely been a really, really good driver to be able to commentate on this season. And, I think you guys have been in the hunt for top threes and at some point been in the top two at one point during the earlier part of the season. But, I mean, this must give you lot a big amount of confidence going into the race on Saturday.
Yeah, of course. Also with being third, the last one, and as I can see, not that many teams left in our class. We feel like we are on a good pace right now. We also have a new driver who's joining us, which we're looking forward to see him drive as well. We done practice together, a lot of sessions together, and the chemistry is good. So I think together we can do good.
Well, Maria, thank you very much for joining us here in the broadcast studio, and we wish you all the very best of luck for the second half of qualifying and for the race.
Thank you, and we'll talk soon.
Cheers, thank you. So, big thank you there for Maria from Glam Racing, the 404, who have taken the top time in qualifying one. Really good to hear that, obviously, with Kuba Kubica joining them for this round. That's going to. She said that they're really starting to gel well, Peter, and that really says that there is a confidence, there's a motivation. Of course, yes, the numbers are not as what we saw earlier on in the season, but nevertheless, that's going to give. I think Glam Racing the opportunity and the motivation they need to really go for the victory, because it's not been easy for Mugen Sim Racing. They've been in the wars this season. Indianapolis was the biggest moment, I think, with the double downshift that literally just knocked out the drivetrain, and they were leading the race at that time. So Unison Racing, they had a bit of lady luck on their side. They had good consistency.
That was a BOP at the beginning, Alex, as well.
Yeah, it was BOP because that was before round, I think that was Sebring.
Yeah.
We had that BOP come into force, and it really put them on the back foot. But they were still able to exercise damage limitation and really keep themselves the sharper end of the standings. But now, getting a P3 at the Nürburgring for Glam Racing, that now gives them, they are now aiming for not, I think, just the next step on the podium, but I think the top spot. So
very well balanced. Lots of teams in the GT3 class really do have that chance of winning the race, and especially the longer the races get, like the more random it seems to be, and the more incidents and stuff can happen to everyone else as well. But to me, Glam Racing is just one of those teams that they've been so consistent during the season in showing up, doing their practice, everything. They've just continually just improved, and you don't, like, when it's a long season like that, you don't need to improve that massively between each race. Just improve just a little bit, and you will end up getting those podiums and eventually winning rounds. Yeah, in my book, they got a good chance at the Le Mans race. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it tomorrow. They did have a bit of luck with the weather and showing up early. Again, because of that consistency, they were in here early and able to benefit from the drier road. Yeah. Don't know if I'd call them favorites, but they're definitely in there for the win for Le Mans.
That sounds like something rather interesting and something that we're going to be able to get our teeth into. But yes, there have been a lot of thrills, spills and spins here at Spa. And, it has been the biggest port of call with regards to the highlights, because when we got into the latter part of the session, it seemed like the teams were really sort of using it as an idea to gauge the conditions ahead of Saturday's race. Wouldn't you agree?
Sorry, just a couple of messages here. I have stuff I have to make sure is actually running behind the replays here. Doing the multitasking thing isn't always preferable.
That makes two of us.
Yeah, 16 minutes, by the way, to the start of qualifying 2. Also, apologies for not making it so that the live timing actually has the fastest laps from last session and comparing those, but we're now completely and entirely in control of all of the timing. It's all home brew now, so we can do whatever we want. So
it sounds like you're bringing
for the Le Mans qualifying. Everything is going to be on screen and in the live timing as well. We got the track map up and running as well for this race. Give that a little bit of time every time you visit the track map. It needs to adjust and put everybody in their right place in order for this sort of chart system where the cars are plotted in to make that fit on top of the static map in the background. So give it a bit of time. Like, there needs to be a car that has gone the entire track all the way around before it knows approximately where the coordinates are. But from the track map, you can click on the various cars as well to focus on a specific car to see where that car's on track. You got the time differences: last lap, best lap, time to the car ahead, behind, speed and maximum speed. Like, there's just so many things that are coming in now, and we're able to update now that we have complete control of this. So expect further updates of this for Le Mans as well, both for the sort of or second screen experiences here, as well as the overlays in game. Also, a bit of a shout out to the teams. On some of them don't really have the best profile pictures. Some of them have ones that are lying down, which I didn't really get why at the beginning, but it appears to be a thing that if your phone goes wrong when you're doing like a portrait photo on your phone and it doesn't recognize it as a portrait photo, then everyone will be lying down. So we have entire teams with everyone just 90 degrees.
They just need to rotate the image.
yeah. And we will start to be using those much more in the live stream also to make it easier for the fans to recognize the different drivers that we're following, and just trying to make this as interesting and exciting to follow as we possibly can.
Well, I think really we've got. Go on. I was just about.
Yeah, it was just about the radio as well. That's missing for now. Mm-hmm. We had. Do we have 3 or 4 teams joining in, which meant that we have to reorder the entire radio channel list and set up all of the extra channels for them and stuff like that, which just meant that. Well, I couldn't make it because I was prioritizing the live timing and getting that up and running. But it will be there for tomorrow. I'll have the last of the configurations done, and you will then be able to, from the live timing, there's like by each team there's a little radio tower that you can click in the live timing, and that'll take you to the radio channel of that team. Also take your time to use those Facebook buttons, YouTube buttons, website. But the website button is a little house button that'll take you to the team's respective pages from the live timing, so you can support them and follow them on their Facebook pages, or join their some of them have Facebook groups as well that you can join.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think really we've got a. How long have we got until qualifying 2 gets underway, Peter?
That'll be 12 minutes, quite exactly now. 11:55.
Well, now that we've had a nice little bit of discussion, thank you very much for joining me. Hopefully, we'll have Yusuf in a little while joining me on commentary. I think it's time now we go to a commercial break, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time to lead up into the build-up for...
John says 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes until qualifying. Okay. Let's go to a commercial break, and we'll be back just before qualifying 2 gets under the way here on GTR 24H at Spa-Francorchamps under the nighttime sky. We'll be back in a couple of moments, people.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, we're very quickly going towards our second half of qualifying for round 5 out of 6, the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance Racing World Championship, brought to you in association with Leap Gaming, Global Fix, Esports Television Network, Motorvision.tv and Film Vault Limited. As you can see, the night time is very, very much in here at the Ardennes Forest at Spa-Francorchamps, and what's more, it is dry as a bone right now, as our air and track temperatures for this session have gone up to 26 degrees Celsius. So this gives you a real idea of what these drivers are going to encounter through the witching hours, or the graveyard shift as it's more commonly known in endurance racing circles, of how these drivers are really going to earn their pennants in this championship. And it will bring us to the final hurrahs before we go to the last hurrah of all, the 24 Hours of Le Mans season finale, which will be between the 27th and the 31st of October at Circuit de la Sarthe. Now, interesting little tidbit for you all. Funnily enough, I was actually in Le Mans, but not at the 24 Hours. I was there 3 weeks in advance because the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy was being hosted at the Le Mans Karting International Circuit, right slap bang by the Porsche curves. And just off the commentary box where I was sitting for the best part of nearly 50 sprint races over the course of that weekend, I'd go out of the commentary box, out of the tower, and every single day driving to and from where I was staying in the centre of Le Mans, right by the Gare du Nord, where they have those interesting electric trams, a very sort of deep copper bronze colour, and you'd hear them go do the old ding ding before they would go out away from the station. I would actually end up driving down the Mulsanne, more commonly known as the chicanes known as the Hunaudière, every single day. And it was quite weird because LMP1s and the LMP2s and the hypercars were going down that straightaway at the best part of 330 kilometres an hour for 24 hours, twice round the clock. And it was a real enjoyable, an interesting experience. I actually, I think when I get the chance to go to Denmark, I will be showing Peter and John this. I recorded an 11.5-minute video, and it was really funny going through Arnage because it's normally on the circuit, which is 13.5 kilometres in length. Arnage, as a public road, you actually have to navigate a roundabout rather than a traditional right-hander on a circuit. I then also went through Indianapolis. So literally I'm doing the speed limit on the Mulsanne and the Hunaudière is 90 kilometers an hour. And then you realise it just sort of computes that they're going 3.5 times faster in the hypercars in the current World Endurance Championship side of things, with hypercars being introduced for 2021, and with marques such as Peugeot coming in next year. 2023, you're going to have the likes of Porsche, Ferrari, Audi making its return finally to the world of sports cars, bringing their hybrids along with them to see if they can get one up on Toyota Gazoo Racing, who won this year in the 2021 Le Mans 24 Hours. But looks like qualifying is now underway for the next 2 hours, and you can, it just really goes to show. So we just so drivers are actually either on hot laps or on out laps, and the temperatures now will be a little bit different. They've gone down to 19 degrees Celsius, but there's no wind, there's no cloud cover, there's no rain, there's no there's no track precipitation as we're seeing the cars go through. And you can just see that going through Eau Rouge and up into Radillon, there are some cars that are trying to take a little bit more curb, one of which is, I've just seen, is the Unison Racing 717, like literally bumping over the curbs going through Eau Rouge, but not taking too much of it to cause the back end to spin out. And there is the Unison Racing car, 717, your Russian crew, being passed by one of the LMP2 cars. Now, it's going to be a little bit difficult what we're going to be seeing in terms of how the teams attack it, but they're still going to go at full all the way through this session. So looking back at earlier on, as we're going to see a little. Oh no, this is not what you want at the bus stop chicane, and the Axel sports car has just been. That was a hard hit, and that was not by Team Viaducton. So two DPIs coming together, and then all of a sudden, boff. Causes a bit of a chain reaction. Team Viaducton are not having a great run so far. And qualifying one was just for starters. Now the nighttime brings a completely different dynamic to it. And from my side, this is where we're going to have a really interesting second qualifying session for what we're going to see here tonight. And when you're using the headlights to guide yourselves around the circuit, they will all be on tender hooks, I'm sure. So we've just seen that Nakib Aslan for Axel Sports has gone back up to the top of the timesheet. So the second session in a row, they have done a 1 minute 59.096. LMP2, that is Pedro Ramada from Ramada Motorsports in the 57, 2 minutes point 09. 2 minutes, 0.907 second lap time. Jose Berengoy has just put in a 2 minute 13.679 for World of Sim Racing. And that is just 1/1000th shy, 0.3 quicker than Daniele Primavera in the 54 Musto car. Fabio Liuzzi is on a hot lap now and is well over the halfway mark. DISSR Lab yet to set a respective lap time. Zolt Pribek, who had that massive shunt going into the exit of Radillon, has just gone top in GT3, but is the only one to have set a lap time so far, a 2 minute 18.526. it's a wonderful contrast, isn't it, when you see cars running around the track in the daytime, but then the night brings in that added mystique, that added intensity that the drivers really have to work with in this. And it's going to be up to speed pretty quickly. And ProSim have just gone second in LMP2 with a 2 minute 1.314. DSR Nightmare running at the top 3 in LMP2. Simkai Wan in the Blue Steel Racing 401 car. Yellow House in Sector 3 courtesy of DSR Nightmare. And also I think B32 Racing have had a bit of an have had a bit of a moment. ID SimSport rounds out the top 6 in LMP2, followed by DSR Dream Team. Dylan Claver has got behind the wheel of the number 15 Juices Motorsport car and is on an outlap and will start pushing. So DIS SR Lab are currently on a hot lap, where in GTE yet to set a respective lap time, but with the top 2 in GTE covered by just under 3/10. Fabio Liuzzi is also on an outlap, so the top 3 in GTE are on outlaps. DIS SR Lab are on a hot lap. Dot Prubeck on a hot lap. For Van Eilen for Glam Racing is on a hot lap at the moment. They put in a 2 minute 17.0. Nikolai Bezrukov also on an outlap for Unison Racing. Thibaut Malbrun in the One Move Esports number 26 Ferrari in GT3 is currently about halfway through the circuit here at the moment. And Martin Mergely has just gone top in LMP2, followed by Zoltan Boda. So a 2 minute 0.721 for the number 95. Number 22 goes in with a 2 minute 0.862 second lap time. And then Pedro Ramada in the Ramada Motorsport car, which did initially set the benchmark. Well, gaps between first, second and third in LMP2, LMP2 covered by just over 0.32 of a second. A lot of drivers now going on outlaps, so we could see a few of the times change as the night time very much front and centre here at Spa. There's the Axel Sports 21 car out on the circuit in the Cadillac DPI that has been very successful indeed. So the number 21 Axel Sports car, top in session 1, now leading session 2 in qualifying. Aslan is about to cross the line, 1 minute 58.787. Viaducton and Satellite Racing yet to set a respective lap time. As that is Nikolai Bezrukov. P3 currently in GT3 coming through Blanchimont. at full chat. It's a 32.350 in Sector 1 for Axel Sports. Naki Baslan looks to be pretty good in the night time at the moment. Oh, bit of a moment there for Pedro Ramada in the Ramada Motorsports number 57. That would have been coming out of Malmedy, I believe. Yellow flags out in Sector 3 courtesy of Viaducton. And Bezrukov is it's pretty close between the top two in GT3 because Bezrukov has set a 2 minutes 16.391 second lap time. Those wondering on the graphics down below, underneath Nikolai Bezrukov, you can actually see the current running time of the lap so far on the three figures underneath Bezrukov's name and ahead of above the name of the team itself, Unison Racing. So he's approaching 1 minute 30 into the lap. So Nightmare has fallen on the other foot, so to speak, at DSR, this time with the 777. They've just had a bit of a moment. So that's a spin and a half. Not what you need, and good to see that there was a car following behind. And DSR Nightmare, front left and also back end, hits the barriers and it spins again. Probably a 540 there, but that's not going to be good for them. Nikolai Bezrukov has done a best lap so far of a 2 minutes 16.391, and back end went a bit sideways going through into the pit lane. Nakib Aslan from Axel Sports goes back into the pits. Sim Kaiwan in the 401 Blue Steel Racing LMP2 entry. Currently sitting P8 in the class at the moment. Martin Mergley now finds himself in second position, as Pedro Ramada has gone quickest of anybody in the LMP2 class, 2 minute 0.645 seconds around a 7.004 kilometre circuit. 1 hour and 43 minutes of this session remains. Yellow in Sector 2 ever so briefly. Make that a yellow in Sector 3 ever so briefly. Seems like the yellow is out for Sector 2 once again. Who might have been the cause? I'm not too sure who the cause of that was. There's Viaducton. Not again. That's a heavy whack. That's big. So big, the forces, the reverberation and the the way that car literally hit the front, it lifted the car up and span it in the air at the same time. That just goes to show that this, as I said, the dynamic of nighttime racing, and we've seen it all the way through this season. here on GTR 24H. Right when things kick-started off at Indianapolis for the first round of the season, then we headed to Silverstone for the Film Vault 12 hours for round 2, the Sebring 12 hours for round 3. We then had a couple of one-off adventures this season. We've had the Nordschleife for 24 hours, we had the Nürburgring 12 hours for round 4, and we also had the 12 hours of Monza, where we had the likes of David Christie and Chris Buxton, and also Kieran McGinley. Good to have Kieran with us last night on free practice. But we have an hour and 41 minutes of this session remaining, and so 2 minutes and 2:472 second lap time for Satellite Racing keeps them in P2. Martin Mergley has now put the boot on the other foot. 2 minutes 0.4 flat around this circuit, and has just pipped Pedro Ramada from Ramada Motorsport by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second. So Mugen Sim Racing ran out the top 3 in LMP2, and the top 3 are covered by 0.462 seconds. It's gotten even closer now, because Juice's Motorsport and Pro Sim ran out the top 5 are within just over 9 tenths off of Mergley. And at the moment, between the top 3 in GTE, Jose Berengoya has put down the marker for the GTE cars to match a 2 minute 13.599 second lap time. Primavera for Musto GT Esports in the 54, and Liuzzi in the number 53 Musto GT Esports car ran at the top 3 in GTE, and they are covered by just over 6 tenths of a second. And Glam Racing back to the top of the timesheets once again. They took the top time in session 1 of qualifying. Done it again. Jeff Van Eilen has now put in a 2 minute 16.126, and all 4 cars in GT3 are covered by 7.5 tenths. So it's Van Eilen from Bezrukov, Malbrun and Plibeck. That is your 4 strong contingent in GT3. And we have 1 hour 38 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and I think briefly we're now going to go to a short commercial break where you'll hear from some of our partners and sponsors here on GTR 24H as qualifying continues for round 5 out of 6, the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship, being held this time around at Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes forests of Belgium.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
it. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Well, welcome back to nighttime qualifying here in the deep of the Ardennes Forest in a little place called Stavelot in Belgium. We are, of course, at the site of the iconic Spa-Francorchamps circuit, 7.004 kilometres in length. A big thank you, as always, to our partners and sponsors: Leap Gaming, Viper Gaming by Patriot, Global Fix, Esports Television, Motorvision.tv, and also Film Vault Limited. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and hopefully in a few moments or so I will be joined by the man, the myth, the legend. He's everyone's favourite person, Yusuf bin Suhail, in a few moments' time, but we are getting towards the end of the first quarter of this 2-hour qualifying session here at Spa, and let's run you through what is going on at the minute, because the track temperature has increased to 21 degrees Celsius. No cloud, no rain. But let's see if we can have a look at the weather index by the magic of meteorology, of how things are looking for the weather over the coming few moments of this session. And see if we can get an idea of what the conditions are going to be like. It looks like it is stock bone dry here at Spa, so the drivers are up to full speed, really exploiting the track limits to their maximum without invalidating their lap times here at Spa. So just to briefly run you through things, Axel Sports leading the way in DPI by 1.3 seconds. A 1 minute 58.787 has been set by the Axel Sports number 21. Satellite Racing and Team Viaducton, both respectively 1.3 and 5.2 seconds adrift in the battle for overall pole position. Ramada Motorsport leading the way in LMP2 with a 2 minute 0.070 second lap time. Martin Mergley was top, probably just before we went to commercial break. They are just over 3/10 adrift, and then it's Juice's Motorsport 6/10 down down in third. Then it's Mugen Sim Racing, who are about 8/10 behind. DSR Dream Team rounding out the top 5, followed by DSR Nightmare, Pro Sim, ID Simsport, Blue Steel Racing, and B32. And also GTE, World of Sim Racing leading the way in the 51, ahead of the 53 and the 54 respectively of Musto GD Esports. And the top 3 covered by what looks to be around about just under 0.56 of a second. DIS SR Lab running out the top, the 4 that are running, but Mugen Sim Racing have gotten themselves at the top of the timesheets at the moment. GT3 2 minute 15.816 is the top time so far, and that is 3.1 of a second ahead of Glam Racing in the 404, who initially were at the top of the timesheets for session 2, but they topped session number 1. Unison Racing and One Move Esports rounds out the top, the 4 that are running. We have got a yellow flag out in Sector 2, and that is courtesy of Pro Sim. And we now ride on board with the number 65 of Satellite Racing, and this just gives you a real idea of how pitch black it truly is here at Spa-Francorchamps. incredible commitment, bravado, and a set of big cojones really shows how committed you need to be here at Spa in the night. And going through the bus stop chicane, having circumnavigated Blanchimont. So Satellite Racing now on a hot lap, going through Eau Rouge and then up the steep incline through into Radillon and then along. It seems like an eternity when you're going down the Camel Straight with your foot planted completely to the floor. And that to me just showcases how committed these drivers are in terms of moving forward and getting things done. And also, I'm just going to wish somebody, a former karting driver that I used to commentate on, who, funnily enough, is competing at Spa-Francorchamps this very weekend. Based out of the Netherlands, is a young man by the name of Maurice Schuring. Used to run in Senior Road Tax last year with one of the more prevalent teams, JJ Racing. His brother Flint is currently still running in karting at the moment, but that is for the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup. So go get him, Morris. Have a good one out there. Plenty of action happening in real life at Spa, but we have got plenty of action here in the sports car world, courtesy of everything happening here on GTR24H. You can head to our official website at gtr24h.org. You can also find us on Facebook. You can also find us on Twitter and Instagram, amongst other veritable platforms, and big thank you to those. So it's at GTR24H on Twitter, at facebook.com/GTR24H on Facebook, and also on Instagram at GTR24H. So I think we're going to have cameras on for this particular occasion, because I spy with my little eye, looks like Milky Cereal, aka Yusuf bin Suhail, has joined us in the commentary box. Good evening, buddy.
Hello, Alex. Don't sell yourself short. You've got some lovely large eyes right there. I have joined. My voice feels a little bit worn out, so I don't know what's been happening in qualifying so far. Has there been anything exciting that I have missed out on?
Plenty of spins in first qualifying, my friend. Plenty of spins. Team Viaducton's been put through the ringer. B32 has ripped off both left-hand side wheels during the session. We also had the mother of all yeets when Team Viaducton was being flashed down by Musto GD Esports. I think it might have been Fabio Liuzzi in the 53. They were flashing the headlights. Viaducton was not up to speed, and all of a sudden, yeet, like proper yeet. So, which was a bit of a nasty one, let's say. But at the moment, it's been pretty good. Axel Sports have been leading HyperCar. They took the top time in the session. LMP2 is looking rather close at the moment. I mean, Ramada Motorsport were at the top of the timesheets for quite a lot of time. Mugen Sim Racing with their Juicers Motorsport Club. So it really got pretty good. I mean, DAC Hackers actually took P4 at the end of the first session. There was a lot of standing water on the track. There was a finite race dry line. And it was the number 53 Musto car that took the top time in GTE and GT3. It was Glam Racing. And I had a really good chat with the team boss from Glam Racing. Maria actually joined us in the chat. And because they've got Kuba Kubica joining them for this round. And they're really, really feeling confident, taking P3 last time out at the 12 hours of the Nürburgring round 4 of the championship. And she says that it's really gelling there really, really well. And they're looking, everything's feeling like a happy home at Glam Racing. And myself and Peter, we were having a chat, sort of rounding up qualifying 1, and Peter was very, very honest when he said, well, I think they've got a really good chance of the win at Le Mans. And with bringing Kuba Kubica on board, I think that could be something that we really do need to keep our eyes on. It hasn't been that great for Zolt Pribek, I will be honest with you, for Mugen Sim Racing, because Radeon has caught so many people out in those wet weather conditions. We saw Ramada off, we saw Viaduct, and apart from being yeeted, going off multiple times. We even saw that Axel Sports with Nakib Aslan went off at Radeon and managed to rip off the right rear wheel in the process. And so, but the thing is that Josh Perwin was the one that actually set the fastest lap time in DPI. And the main reason being was because the first 10 to 15 minutes was when we had changes in weather conditions, and it rained, and then we had such a small dry line. But within the last 10 to 15 minutes of the session, we really had a good feeling about times coming in, and the track came to the drivers, and they were able to use a little bit more of the dry tarmac that was emerging. So it really was a good session, but for the last sort of half an hour, it was a bit more of a glorified test session, really, to be honest with you. So from my perspective, it was more a case of we were just waiting for something to happen, and then all of a sudden the yeet happened, and then everyone started getting faster, which was really, really good to see. And I think it's really good for the teams, because I spoke with Mr. Nygaard a bit earlier on in the broadcast studio, and he said, yeah, it's he's really glad that GTR 24H went to Spa-Francorchamps, because he's raced there in real life. And he said it's just a great track, and I think that's really good to hear that the return of Spa-Francorchamps onto the GTR 24H EEWC calendar has really gotten people excited. I think having teams that will know this track like the back of their hand, but in a virtual perspective and also a real life perspective, and it's an iconic circuit. I mean, you can't not have Le Mans on a calendar without having Spa-Francorchamps on a 24-hour basis. And when we've got 48 hours of racing that will decide the 2021 season, I think it was a really, really good decision to make.
Well, when you look at this calendar, you've got the homes of most of the endurance races, don't you? You've got Le Mans, you've got Nürburgring, we've had Spa as well, Sebring as well. Indianapolis and Silverstone are kind of the only odd ones out in terms of being homes for endurance racing, because you don't really think of endurance racing for those two particular tracks. For Indianapolis, you think of, well, NASCAR and Indy cars mainly, and for Silverstone, we lovingly term it the home of motorsport. So I guess in that regard, it does sit there in some way. But I'm interested because now I'm seeing Axel Sports out on circuit. I'm seeing them at the top of the timing sheet. A team that I didn't expect to be racing, or I was unaware was entering. So I'm really glad that there is a team joining, and by the looks of it, they seem to be the fastest one as well. So I think this is going to make things a little bit more exciting in the championship as well. They trail Satellite Racing by 27 points. So if they can pick up a win here, and with double points on the cards at Le Mans, maybe they have an outside chance of winning the entire event.
And also, the person who runs Axel Sports, Alex Jung from Malaysia, he's had a stellar racing career. He's raced in Formula One, he's raced at A1GP, he's a 3-time Audi R8 LMS Cup champion over in Asia, and he's competed against some stern competition. He was actually on the cusp of winning 4 titles on the bounce, and Axel Sports has had the honour of actually applying, and they competed at the Le Mans 24-hour virtual, in LMP2, and Alex partnered with two of the drivers. I think Mika Hakimi was one of them, who's also in the crew for this, along with you had because there was a really interesting video I watched on YouTube, and it was to do with Axel Sports, and I think it was on Alex Younes' own YouTube channel, and it was all about the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They had a disconnect like with about 30 minutes to go or something, and they'd gotten themselves up to like P27 overall. And one of the mandates for the Le Mans 24-hour virtual was that you had to have real-life drivers as part of that cruise. So that's why you had the likes of Rubens Barrichello, Fernando Alonso, Nick Tandy, all in their own rights, have raced all across the globe in multiple different categories. And you then see a team like Axel Sports coming in, and the ACO actually instructed Alex Young, saying, no, you have and one of the things about Alex Young is that he has got real life Le Mans racing experience. 2006 and 2011, he's a two-time competitor, and he was actually given the rookie of the race trophy that first year, and that was actually a trophy that was won by Philippe Albuquerque when Philippe was running with Audi, when they used to have the old LMP1s back in the days where you had the R18 e-tron Quattro. Philippe now running an LMP2 with United Autosports and has now re-signed for the 2022 season. But Alex was informed that both he and Alistair, his son, had to race in the event itself, and it's really good to have that team on board. You know, they are the longest running team over in Asia, and Alex has put a lot of work behind the scenes. Hopefully, we're going to try and catch up with him before the Le Mans season finale in late October. But just like the amount of credentials that he's got, the amount of work that he's done, the way that he's helped to promote esports with the with the championships he helps to run over there, which he actually commentates on as well, which is great because you get a true driver's insight. I think really that by Axel Sports coming to GTR 24H, that is something that I think that not any one of us, not even you, me, John, or Tom, or John or Peter over in Denmark, would consider happening. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, most likely the case, as we do have just under 1 hour 20 minutes remaining in the qualifying session. And we've actually just seen a little change in the timings as well, with Ian Pfeiffer jumping up into second overall. He's still second in a class, but we do sometimes see the hypercars being behind some of the LMP2s. Not a huge difference in the pace between the two teams. One of the interesting things that I am seeing, though, Alex, is in the practice session we did see the LMP2 cars making their ways into the 159s. We saw a 59.7 as well at one point. But so far in the session, not a single team in those LMP2s have been able to drop below the 2-minute mark.
No. Romano Motorsports have been the team that has really been up there, because obviously the biggest omission that we got here tonight is Varga, and this really has changed quite a bit of the dynamic, because we're now seeing all these teams having an opportunity to go for the victory. Varga have been dominant all season long, and now the rest of the teams, they see a bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel. They think, hang on a second, we've got 2 races to go, and as you alluded to earlier on, and a big thank you to you for reminding me of the double points finale at Le Mans, and that could really bring in possibly an opportunity, depending on what happens with Varga. Are we going to see them return for Le Mans? Because if they do, the teams have got to be on their best behaviour, but they've also got to fight hard for that victory. And we know for a fact, and this happens in real life as it does in the virtual world, you don't choose to win Le Mans chooses you. And it can be a heartbreaker. I mean, I'm going to give a plug out to Will Buxton, who recently did a fantastic documentary that I watched this afternoon about visiting Le Mans for the first time, getting to speak with some of the legends of the sport, speaking with Jackie Ickx, Tom Christensen, 2 drivers that have been named Mr. Le Mans. Jackie Ickx for winning it 6 times, Tom Christensen 9 times. So that's a hell of a lot of victories between them. That's 15 victories between the pair of them. And I mean, just to hear, see Will's youthful exuberance. He was like a kid in a candy store, because as soon as they all roared past after the safety car was let go, he was like pointing like an excited little 8-year-old again. And that was great to see. And that just shows how much sports car racing means to a lot of people. And to us here at GTR 24H, we love to commentate about it, but we are like excited children in the candy store. We are passionate about this sport. We love endurance racing, and to be honest with you, when I got that message from Nick Newcomb last September, I'm so glad I joined in the fun, because so far this season it's been a really, really good championship, and I think this round at Spa is going to give us a really good build up to the mushroom cloud explosion that we're going to have at the Le Mans 24-hour finale.
Yeah. And I was discussing with Cameron regarding that Le Mans finale, and for us commentators it means that we do get to see each other in person. It might make commentating a bit easier, should be a lot more fun as well. We don't quite know if the LAN is going ahead, but we'll have to wait and see on that regard. So yeah, for Vargas Sim Racing, they aren't in qualifying. I don't think they are racing this weekend, correct me if I'm wrong on that regard, Alex. So I mean, they're leading the championship by 40 points. All they needed was 15 points this round. Actually, they just needed 14 points this round, and they would have won the championship. If they could take 14 points off Moog in Sim Racing, they would have had the title in the bag. But, well, you can't take 14 points off a team if you're not racing.
Yeah, very, very true. And that brings us to what's going to be an exciting finale. But listen, I'm going to sign off now, Yusuf. The floor is yours, my friend. Good to catch up with you, and obviously we'll have a bit of a catch up at some point soon. But from me, Alex Goldschmidt, signing off. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in, and enjoy the race on Saturday and Sunday.
I'm sure we will, and thank you very much to Alex for holding the fort. And as you mentioned, the floor is mine. The track is mine as well. Sadly, I don't have the track all to myself. I've got these other racing drivers on the circuit right now, and it means I don't have a clear track to do some donuts, do some burnouts, to drift it all the way around Puon. But I'll have to content myself in just watching the action for now. A nightly stroll, maybe some time for the ASMR racing stream. Just talk softly into the mic as the dulcet tones of a Porsche 911 roars past. So to give an update to all of our viewers as to what the current standings are, is Axel Sports currently leading the way in the hypercar class. Nakib Aslan leading the way with a 158.6. He's 9/10 clear of Ian Pfeiffer in the satellite racing car. And then we're dropping down into the LMP2s. It's the 57 Ramada Motorsport car that is, actually in second, because they have just been pipped by Martin Mergley in the number 95 DEAC Hackers, as things are starting to come to life with just over an hour remaining in qualifying. So Martin Mergley for the DEAC Hackers leads the LMP2 class. He's just set a 59.8, which is 2/10 quicker than Carlos Bastos' 2-minute 0 for Ramada Motorsport. Then you've got Jabakis with a 2-minute 0.3 for the Juices Motorsport Club. So Boda in Mugen Sim Racing has them in fourth at 2-minute 0.5. And then we're jumping down to ProSim in the 007 LMP2 car, also on a 2-minute 0.5. We then got the third hypercar of Viaducting with a 2-minute 0.7, followed by Kim Pedersen in the 766 DSR Dream Team. They've got a 201.0. Then the 777 Mads Hedegaard, 201.2 for DSR Nightmare. And one of the rare occasions that the Dream Team is outperforming the Nightmare car. Andreas Nugot in the 199. That is, I should know what team that is, but for some reason it's not on my timing sheet unless I'm blind. I want to say ID SimSport. It is ID SimSport, a 2-minute 1.5 for them. And then it's Ayman Hazik rounding out the field in the 401. That's Blue Steel Racing, a 2-minute 1.6, just over a tenth off Andreas Nugot. So in the LMP2 class, you're looking at about 2 seconds really, or just under 1.8 seconds separating all 10 drivers. Never mind, 9 drivers. I was close. in the GTE class, and one of the rare occasions that the GTE class is one of the smallest classes in the EEWC qualifying session. It's Jose Berengawa in the 51 WOSR iZone Performance car. They lead the way with a 2-minute 13.4, just 2/10 clear of Fabio Liuzzi's at 2-minute 13.6 for Musto GD Esports. Then you've got the Musto GD sister team, the B team, in third place at 2-minute 13.9 ahead of DIS SR Lab with a 2:14.9, 1.5 seconds separating the 4 GTE cars. And then in the GT3 class, you've got Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison Racing. They've got a 2-minute 15.6, and they are 2/10 clear of Zol Prebek for Mugen Sim Racing. Mugen Sim Racing is second in the championship. Unison Racing leading the championship by 8 points, and they are first and second, just like they are in qualifying. Jeff Van Island for the 404 Glam Racing car, a 2:16.1, and then you've got Ludovic Darqui in the 26 One Move Esports car, a further 1/10 off, and we're talking about 7/10 really separating 4 drivers. B32 Racing have just hopped into the session. Very nice of them to join us. They usually have a very nice stream as well on Facebook where you get to see their entire setup. They all race together with each other under the same roof with the same sim rig. So we don't really know who is at the wheel at any given time. We know who their drivers are, but we don't really have any way of telling which particular driver has just gotten into the car. And as Alex was mentioning not too long ago, Glam Racing, we heard from Maria, or he heard from Maria, it was before I did join, talking about Glam Racing's chances. They're sitting 4th in the championship. They picked up three fourth places in a row at the opening 3 rounds of the season, and then they picked it up a bit, picking up a P3 last time out in the Nürburgring. And if they can continue that ascent, maybe a P2, dare I say even a win, could be waiting for them tomorrow, or I should probably say the day after tomorrow, because that is when the 24-hour race will end here at Spa-Francorchamps. And Glam Racing, they're not out of the hunt for the championship either, 33 points behind. And if they win this race, get double points and a win in Indianapolis, what am I talking about? In Le Mans, they could win the championship. So definitely in a shout of winning, and it's entirely in their control as well. Even if Unison Racing finish second, I still think Danish Racing League can win. 27 points. Okay, so no, they can't win. There's a maximum of 27 points that they can get if they win and pick up the extra points, and Unison Racing finish in second. Yes, 24 points on offer. So they'll need Unison Racing to drop a further 7 points, which is possible. We are talking about endurance racing after all. We have seen crazier things than 33 points disappear in a couple of racing, especially with Mugen Sim Racing picking up the form themselves, having won last time out at the Nürburgring. And remember, it was Unison Racing who won the first 2 rounds of the season. For Unison Racing and Mugen Sim Racing, they have finished in the top or on the podium every single race. Two wins for Unison Racing, a second and a third, whereas for Mugen Sim Racing, a third, 2 seconds, and a win. And Unison Racing have a couple of poles to add to their name as well. Or I should say just 1 pole, 2 poles for Mugen Sim Racing and 1 pole for One Move Esports. And we'll see whether Glam Racing can maybe take the 5th pole of the season. But at the moment, it is not looking terribly likely. Also, when we talk about the GTE class, Musto having won pretty much every race. It was just that one shocking race that they had at Sebring where they were only able to finish in P7, picking up 6 points. And, well, their sister team, the 54 car, they finished second. So you'd have to think Musto had the pace, but according to them, the BMW just didn't feel very good for them. They weren't able to beat the Porsches, in the words of Tiziano Brioni. It was just saying that the BMW was getting murdered by the Porsches. The Porsches were too fast in a straight line and the BMW could not keep up, let alone get past. It made defending hard for them as well, and now they only lead the championship by 4 points. Then it's a further 15 points to DIS, who have been Mr. Consistent all season long, picking up 2 third place finishes and then 2 fifth place finishes. And we'll see, maybe a fourth is waiting for them, maybe even a second as well. But as things stand, Jose Berenguer looking to pick up WOSR's first pole position of the season. I'm just looking at who has actually been picking up poles. So it was Deuces who picked up the first pole in the GTE class. Second pole went to the sister Musto team at Silverstone. They were only able to finish 6th in the race though, and the A team took the win. Then Deuces took pole again in Sebring, and then it was Musto, the A team, who picked up their first pole of the season at the Nürburgring. We'll see whether they can make it 2 from 2. The Deuces have not yet joined the session. When they do, we'll see whether they can jump ahead of Musto and DIS as well as WOSR to pick up their third pole of the season. But for Deuces, they sit, well, I think in 6th in the championship, 35 points. They are 38 points behind Musto GD Esports. And, well, it's looking unlikely for them to win the championship, but top 3 definitely possible. They could pick up a couple of wins. They've had 2 third-place finishes. They had that very unfortunate DNF in Silverstone, or outside the points, I can't remember which, and didn't pick up any points at Indianapolis after what was a very unfortunate incident for Nick Newcomber, where I believe it was, he had a disconnect, some part of his PC broke down, quite literally, and it meant that he had to retire the car. It cost them a lot of time. It took them quite a few laps to recover the car. Then they had a 3-lap penalty to rejoin the server, and it meant that Deuces weren't able to pick up any points. If you give them an extra 10 points, which I think is a fair amount to assume Deuces would have got, maybe even more, they'd be on 45 points. They'd be in 4th in the championship, and they'd have a really good chance. But when you get no points in 2 consecutive races, it hurts. It hurts real bad. And, well, if those 2 races had been third-place finishes, they'd be finding themselves in 3rd, just 9 points behind WOSR. But what's happened has happened. Whereas in the LMP2 class, Varga have just dominated all season long. They had some issues at Nürburgring and were only able to pick up 2nd. But now they're not racing this time out. And that's not good for them, because it means that their 40-point lead could be cut down to just 12 points, depending on how the race goes. Sorry, not 12, 13 points. And then 13 points in the championship, 1 round remaining. If Mugen Sim Racing win, they've won the championship. So you're looking at Mugen, Deuces, Ramada, they all have a good shout. Even DAC Hackers, sure, they're 70 points behind. But if they can pick up the 25 points, they have a chance of winning, provided they win and Varga Sim Racing don't pick up any points. That's essentially what they are looking for. As Viaducton have just improved, they put in a 2-minute dead, and they've jumped up to 3rd overall, a 2nd in their class. As we have seen the, I forget the name of the team, the new team that has joined us, they have left the server temporarily. And when that happens, it means they disappear off our timing sheets until they rejoin, which is a shame, because it means that I can't really let everyone know what the times have been over the course of this session. There may be other times that have come through, just that I am unable to see them. But I do hope all of you viewers have been having a wonderful Friday weekend coming up. And for us here at GTR 24H, and for our drivers in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, it does mean that we have a weekend of sim racing, a lot of sim racing coming your way, 24 hours of it to be precise. Especially for our drivers, they're the ones in the thick of it, they're the ones who will be feeling all of the pressure, as we see Ayman Hazik making his way through the final corner, currently sitting 9th in class, the 401. Is he able to improve on his lap? No, he's starting a lap, pardon me. Current best a 2-minute 1.5. He's just a 10th off Gert Nielsen's ID SimSport 199 car, and 3/10 off Mads Hedegaard in the 777 DSR Nightmare car. So definitely possible for Ayman Hazik to climb up the order. Whether he can do that, we will have to wait and see. You're seeing Ian Pfeiffer on your left. He's in the HyperCar, the DPI class, and Shabba Kiss second in the LMP2 class. Shabba Kiss so far this lap hasn't been great. He lost half a second in the first sector. Second sector, I think he's backed out. It was 2 seconds slower, so he's probably going to look to go for another lap. Whereas Ian Pfeiffer, he's making his way round to start a new lap. Runs an out lap as things currently stand. You can see he takes that nice wide line through the final corner to start his lap, as I believe he is right behind Ian Pfeiffer as well. So maybe he'll get a little bit of a tow from, or I should say Ian Pfeiffer will get a bit of a tow from the LMP. Wait, who's ahead? Yeah, it is Ian Pfeiffer. So maybe Shabba Kiss. Oh! Ooh, that was an LMP2 car that was stationary, facing sideways on the run down to Eau Rouge. Good stuff from Ian Pfeiffer and Shabba Kiss to be able to avoid that incident. That could have definitely gone wrong. So Shabba Kiss, what is their opening sector looking like? But Ian Pfeiffer, 2/10 down on his personal best. For Shabba Kiss, I am waiting to see an update. It is yet to update for me. As we're now riding on board with Ayman Haziq, sitting in 9th in the LMP2 class. He's making his way down towards the chicane at the end of the Camel Straight. Get it slowed down. It just looks a little bit scruffy from Ayman Haziq. Not quite smooth enough, using up all of the curb on the exit of Malmedy. Diagonal braking, let the car out, pull it back on in through Brussels. Back to the right now as you make your way down into Speaker's Corner. Again, using up all of the track on corner exit. Down into the double left-hander of Pouron, the double gauche, as it is called by the French and the Belgian. And now down in towards the Fanias chicane. You see that he's understeering that little bit, unable to hook the car over the front right curb, which is what you want to do because it just helps the car stay to the right, and it means you can open up the steering through the left hand that little bit more into Stavolo. Nice and tidy. Looked to be flat to me. And now into Curve Paul Frere. It's all flat towards Blanchimont, and this is important. You need to get the entry just about right. See, Ayman Haziq not quite using up all of the track on entry. It means he's got to go a little bit too wide on exit. You scrub off a bit too much speed, jumping on the brakes down into the bus stop chicane. Get as much on the curb as you can, just so that you can open up the steering, let the car nice and wide as soon as possible. For Ayman Haziq, his best was a 2-minute 1.5 that time round. I think that was a 2:06, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to refresh my timing just to double check on that regard. Ayman Haziq, 2:01.1, so that was a new faster lap for him. Ian Pfeiffer, I think also might have just put in a new fastest lap. No, not quite. Where is my man Shabba Kiss? He just put in a 2-minute 0.0, so he's the second fastest LMP2 car. Martin Mergley and DAC Hacker still at the top of the timing tower for the LMP2s, a 59.8. We'll see whether they can improve on that over the course of qualifying. Ayman Haziq down into the double left-hander. Nice and tidy for him. So now we are seeing Shabba Kiss jumping on into the pits. It's all nice and quiet at night, just under an hour remaining. As I just realised we've gone past the halfway mark, which means that we need to be jumping on into a commercial break. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be back momentarily with the final hour of qualifying.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Hello, my lovely followers. We are in the middle of qualifying, quite literally in the middle of qualifying 2, as Steven Salscore almost comes back on the track and collects one of the hypercars, but I think just about avoids it, as I have been sent something very cool, folks, and it is the qualifying results from Q1, the first qualifying session. HyperCar were able to, well, I think HyperCar, Axel Sports top the hypercar class by, well, it was a lot. It's probably not safe to say on stream just how much it was. Oh, okay, I'll say it was 3.5 seconds nearly. Yeah, that's how far ahead of Satellite Racing they were. So let's be honest, they've got pole unless they forget to rejoin the server at the end of the session, in which case they'll then be starting from the back of the grid, which wouldn't be very good for them. So let's go on to the LMP2 class, shall we? Because I'm pretty sure that's what you guys all want to be hearing about. LMP2s. Not LMP3s, or LMP1s, LMP2s. And that's Ramada Motorsport. They top things. A 2.7 not a very quick lap considering that we're seeing 159s being broken into in qualifying 2. So Ramada Motorsport topped the times by, well, 0.8 of a second over Mugen Sim Racing, who are only able to make a 2-minute point 1, then a further 0.3 down to Juice's Motorsport Club, then the DAC Hackers, and then after that you had Blue Steel Racing. And now when you look at the standings in LMP2 for Q2, it's actually DAC Hackers, who qualified 4th in class, who lead ahead of Juice's Motorsport, who were 3rd in class, now they're 2nd. And then you've got Ramada Motorsport, who are 3rd, followed by Mugen Sim Racing. So I'm just trying to do some very quick calculations to work out how this all pans out. Ramada Motorsport start on pole for the LMP2 class ahead of well, okay, so, right. Mugen Sim Racing were 2.5 tenths ahead of Juices in Q1. So if we look at Q2, Mugen and Juices, it is more than 2 tenths. Okay, so, wait, no, what am I talking about? Mugen and Juices, that's the 22 and the 15. Okay, yeah, it's more than 2 tenths. So it will be Juices who are ahead of Mugen. And then the question is, DAC Hackers, how does that all pan out for them? Not perfectly well. They're still going to be starting in 4th because they had a very, very, very bad qualifying 1. They were 8 tenths down on Juices, and they are not 8 tenths ahead of Juices currently. They are only, checks notes, 2 tenths ahead of them. Blue Steel Racing, I think, will still be starting down in 5th in their class. Ayman Haziq currently at the wheel in the 401 car, the 007 Pro Sim car. They were only 3 tenths down on Blue Steel in Q1, and now how far ahead of them are they? Pretty much exactly 3 tenths, so it is very close between Blue Steel Racing and Pro Sim. In fact, I'm pretty sure Pro Sim will start ahead of Blue Steel Racing as things currently stand. Then you've got DSR Dream Team ahead of Nightmare Dream Team. Well, they're having a dream qualifying so far, beating the CEST team, beating the A team as well. And you got the 199 of ID Sim Sport, followed by the B32 racing car. GTE class, it was Musto GT Esports who topped the timing in Q1, and they were, wow. Okay, this is a big one, folks. They were 6.5 tenths clear of their nearest competitors, the 51 of World of Sim Racing, WOSR ISO Performance. And in this qualifying session, well, oh, never mind, I'll take that back, because Jose Berenguer is 6 tenths clear of Fabio Liuzzi. So WOSR saying, whatever you can do, Musto, we can do better. It'll be the sister Musto team of the 54 that will be starting in 3rd behind the A team. WOSR currently looking to take pole. And then we're jumping on down to the GT3 class. Glam Racing took pole in Q1. Callum Wilson, well, actually, I say Callum Wilson, he only did 14% of laps. That might have been the important lap. It was Henrik Hoyer who did most of the laps for them. And they were able to take pole in Q1 by 3.5 tenths of a second. And now when I look on over to Q2, how far are they off the pole time? 1.3 seconds off Max Bunovic in the 717. And Unison Racing in the 717. How far was Bunovic off in qualifying from Glam Racing? They were only 4 tenths behind. So it's all good. One Move Esports were ahead of Unison Racing by 1/10 of a second. And right now, Ludovic Darkwy not putting in any particularly blistering times of 2:16.2, which is a second, or is about 4 tenths down on Lee Russell's 404 car, and a second down of Zol Prubek and Max Bunovic. Well, actually nearly 2 seconds off Max Bunovic. But that is how qualifying is going. In fact, Max Bunovic actually out-qualifying the GTE car of DIS SR Labs. So a good job from him so far, but that completes our roundup of how qualifying has gone so far. I hope I haven't completely bored you senseless. But if I have bored you senseless, then you wouldn't know I'm saying this, because you would have lost your senses. And that is what we talk about during the night of an Endurance E-Racing World Championship qualifying session. Yusuf Vincel coming at you all alone in the commentary booth. I've got my producer with me, but I don't think you guys can hear him. So it just makes me sound like I'm crazy, which, to be fair, is not really wrong. I am probably a little bit crazy, but then again, isn't everyone a bit crazy? There you go. There you go. This is the deep talks that we get in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship at times. Damn. And this is the point where I forget what to talk about. Just trying to see if anyone's been improving on their lap times right now. Trajabik is improving in Sector 2. Not getting purple, but a new improvement for him. And he was able to do a 2-minute point. 2/10 off his PB though, sadly for him. I'm just trying to see if Fabio Liuzzi is improving, because he kind of needs to improve. He's 6/10 down on Jose Berengawa. And if we just compare their lap times to what they had in the previous qualifying session, it was a 2:15.4 for Musto, a 2:16.0 for WOSR, and now we've got a 2-minute 12.9 and a 2:13.5. So the times have really dropped since qualifying. Was it wet, Peter? Was qualifying wet? Ah. Oh. So those times were from the very beginning of the session. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain some stuff. Would also explain, I mean, there are a few anomalies. You look at Ramada Motorsports out-qualifying the likes of Mugen and Deuces. I would consider that anomalous, considering Mugen and Deuces are ahead of Ramada in the championship. Also, Glam Racing topping the GT3 class over Unison Racing on one move. You'd usually expect to be seeing Unison at the top of the standings, or even Mugen Sim Racing, I should say, considering Mugen Sim Racing are second in the championship. And this is kind of what we saw back at Indianapolis for the opening round of the season, where it was Deuces Motorsport Club able to take advantage of that and secure themselves a pole. That was in, I want to say, the LMP2 class, but it wasn't the LMP2 class because that was Varga who got pole. It was in the GTE class that Deuces got pole. That is perfectly fine, Peter. As I'm hearing my producer, Peter Moncombe, talking with John in Danish sometimes. And sometimes I just like sitting back and enjoying listening to their conversation, which I definitely can't understand. Or I definitely can understand it, yes. Do we have any cool laps coming in? I don't think we do at the moment. I'm sure that will change. We've still got 40 minutes in, and it'll probably be in the final 10-15 minutes of the session. That's when we'll see the big laps coming on through. ProSim almost improving, but they were 10th shy of their best of a 2-minute 5 or a 2-minute .559. They were able to actually find 3/10 in the final sector. Sadly for them, not quite enough. They reset on into the pits and will rejoin in not too long. Max Bunovic just put in a 2:14.271. He's improved by even more time, and now he's over a second clear of Zsolt Prubek for Mugen Sim Racing. That is a lap and a half. Mugen Sim Racing, I fear, are going to be starting at the back of the grid. Only a 2:27 for them in qualifying. They weren't able to get out onto the track before it did get wet, and that's why their lap time 10 seconds off the pace of the fastest lap of the session, which was Glam Racing. So Mugen Sim Racing will be starting behind Glam Racing. They're going to be right at the back of the field. But thankfully for them, the GT3 class is not too big. They'll be starting in 5th place, which, well, I think if you're told that you'll be starting in 5th, actually, no, never mind. It's only 4th. Behind Glam Racing, one move, Unison. So I think starting 4th is not too bad, considering that they got a rather bad lap. And bad news for the number 95 car. That is Roland Zux and the DEAC hackers. They got pushed into the pits after they ran out of fuel. So does that mean that they got another car to push them? I'm not quite sure, but it does mean that their qualifying session is over. I don't know if that means that their lap time gets disqualified or if they just can't set any more laps. We'll wait and hear from production as to what it exactly means for the DAC hackers, the Austrian-based team. No, not Austrian, the Hungarian-based team. Well, I should say the Hungary-based team. Hungary-based team, Hungarian. The Hungarian team. That's probably the easier way to do it. Just bypass it altogether. The what team, Peter? The hunky team. No, is it like a skunk? But oh, it's a manly man. Oh, okay. A hunk of... Okay, yes. I see that. Well, we have another 38 minutes of practice come everyone's way. Okay, so the time that they had registered before the 51-minute mark in qualifying will be their final time, which I believe was that 59.8. Apparently, the 22 car pushed the 95 car. I've kind of got a question for that. How, like, don't get me wrong. If the 22 car pushed the 95 car, the 95 car can't stop themselves from being pushed, right? You know, they're stationary. Surely it's on the 22 car for going and pushing them. That was just a thought. Just a thought I'm bringing up. But either way, the 95 car will have to sit and be content with the 59.8. They won't be able to improve their lap time anymore, and the times should drop as the track gets grippy and grippy. Don't forget it was green earlier on after a shower, and now as it is drying up, well, it should continue to dry and get even grippier as the session improves. B32 Racing there improving as well, putting in a 2-minute 1.8. Or, pardon, yeah, 2-minute 1.8, but still 4/10 shy nearly of Andreas Nugor in the 199 ID Sim Sport car. And they will have to sit behind for now. So still Ian Pfeiffer leading the way. Still on that 59.382. Zolprubek is out, or has retired from the session temporarily, or in the pits. Same for Lee Russell, Ludovic Darqui as well. So B32 Racing, they're still improving. They joined the session not too long ago, getting back into the rhythm of things. David Colaxai has just improved. He's put in a 2:02.95, just 0.2 off at Pedro Ramada in the 57 car. What does that mean in terms of qualifying? I'm not quite sure. So we're talking about 57 versus 22. There was 0.8 between them beforehand, and now it is still 57 ahead of 22. So it's good stuff from Pedro Ramada. So Zabakis, Pedro Ramada separated by 0.05 of a second. Roland Zux is, well, a further 0.2 clear, but the DAC Hackers cannot do any further laps. So, as things stand, DAC Hackers will be starting the race in third, sadly for them. Or third at the very least. I'm just double checking. DAC Hackers and David Calaxai, 22.295. What was the gap? It was a second. And yeah, okay. So Roland Zux, DAC Hackers will be starting in fourth. There's no way around it for them. I don't think they can get any higher up the order. Yeah, as long as the 15, 57 and 22 don't retire from the session, the 95 of DAC Hackers will be starting for fourth place in tomorrow's race. Just a reminder that our race tomorrow will be coming through to you in, well, British time anyway. It'll be starting at 1 p.m. We'll probably be coming live from around at 12:30 with a pre-show, and you'll have myself and Ewan O'Leary jumping on, and we'll pretty much be with you throughout the entire race. You get 24 hours nearly of Yusuf and Ewan. Aren't you guys lucky? I wish I could be you guys listening to myself and Ewan O'Leary talking. We're going to be having a lot of fun. I can pretty much guarantee you that. V32 still improving. They've just put in a 2-minute 1.6, so just over 1/10 of Andreas Nugor in the 199 car. But they were 7/10 off ID SimSport in qualifying 1, so they need to get 7/10 ahead of the 199 if they want to make any changes to their qualifying position. And as things stand, that is not looking particularly likely, I should say. Daniela Primavera has just improved for the 54, jumped ahead of Fabio Liuzzi. And if the 53 car can match that time, they will be starting in pole. So, Fabio Liuzzi, currently, you're talking between Fabio Liuzzi and Horti San Andres, 0.6 of a second, 6.05 thousandths. And in qualifying 1, the gap between Musto and World of Sim Racing was 5.5 tenths. So they just need to find a half a tenth, and then they will have a cumulative time that is lower than WOSR. And with that, we have hit the hour mark. Half an hour remains of qualifying, so we're going to be jumping on into a short break. And we will return momentarily with our final 30 minutes uninterrupted.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, folks. You get to see my face for another half an hour. I hope you guys are entertained. Peter, do we have a mask that we could just like put on me? So I can get like a helmet out, so people don't have to see. I could be like the Stig. I can get my iridium visor out as well, and I don't know what I'll do. Commentate, but people won't be able to see me. Maybe I should come in for the broadcast tomorrow. Just have my iridium visor helmet on. And it can just be under me, just say the Stig. just leave it as that. People won't even be able to tell that it's me because my voice will be muffled through the helmet. So the only way they'll be able to tell it's me is when I make my really awkward and daft jokes. But I can try not... No, never mind. I could try not to do this, but it's me. I'll always make them. Me trying to not make jokes? Absolutely not. Jabakis has just jumped up into second, a 59.984. Second in the LMP2 class, not second overall. That would mean that he had topped Roland Zux's time for the DEAC hackers. So I'm looking over to Jabakis, the 15 Deuces car. And I think they have done more than enough to jump the 22 of Mugen Sim Racing in the standings. Have they done enough? Okay, so actually, have they done enough? So David Kolaksai, 2:02.95, so 0.3 between the pair of them. In qualifying between 15 and 22, it was 2.5. So yes, Deuces jump ahead of Mugen, but do they jump ahead of Ramada? I doubt it. They were how far behind Ramada? They were a second behind Ramada, a second and a 10th, and they are only less than a 10th ahead of Ramada currently. So they need to find another second. And then we can talk about it. So let's be honest, Ramada Motorsports are going to start on pole. That's pretty much guaranteed. 95 DAC hackers can't improve. So it just, all that we're here to find out in the LMP2 class, do Mugen start ahead of Deuces? At the moment, Deuces will be starting ahead of Mugen, as things currently stand. And that has been your LMP2 update. I'm just hearing lots of pings, and I don't know if that's my computer or if that's me hearing Peter's phone. Okay, so we just got confirmation that the 59.823 set by Roland Zux for the DAC hackers will stand. It was set before they got pushed back to the pits. So that time I have been giving you is actually accurate. David Kolaksai in which car? Mugen Sim Racing, right? That's what it's saying on my timing tower, that he's at the wheel for Mugen. Yeah, because it's 7th in class. Blue Steel Racing are 7th in... Oh. Ah. That might be an issue then, Peter, which I shall let you try to figure out. Well, it's taking, isn't it, the class position over the overall position. Or pulling the wrong data. I don't know. I'm not a producer, as our viewers might be able to hear. I'm just trying to think, what could we do to make this more entertaining for our viewers? We could play... I need to think here. I need to think. This is where I need to use all my wits to devise the greatest game that has ever existed. Ooh, look at this. David Kolaksai has just gone quicker for the 22 in the 22 car. He has just done a 2:01, and he's gone even faster. He's going broom broom right now. And, well, how far is he off the time set by Jabakis? 0.2. He's 0.2 down. and in qualifying he was 2.5 tenths ahead. So this does mean that David Kalaksai has jumped ahead of Jabakis and Juices Motorsport Club, and as things stand will be starting second for qualifying, or for the race, not for qualifying. You can't start second in qualifying. How does that work? Maybe it's like the old, I don't know if any of our viewers remember the old Formula 1 qualifying system that existed in, I want to say, 2000 and, it was like 2005, 2006, all the way to 2008, I want to say, where qualifying would run, everyone would get one hot lap over the course of qualifying, and the person who finished the last race, the previous race before that qualifying session in last, would go out first. So they would have the track with the least grip, and over the course of the session the track would get grippier, so a car would go out, the first car would go out, do an out lap, do its hot lap, and then directly when that car was then on his out lap, the next car would go out. So once a car had started its flying lap, the next car would then be let out to do its out lap. So by the time one car had finished its flying lap, the next car would be ready to start its hot lap in about 30 or so seconds. And that is how qualifying used to go in the late 2000s. Or the mid to late 2000s, I should say. I don't know if that was the case in the early 2000s as well, but I'm pretty sure it was in the mid-late 2000s. It's something that I'm sure my co-commentator Alex Goldschmidt would know inside out, and probably Peter Munkholm knows, because he was more than just a 7-year-old at the time. Carl Lukago has just improved to 2:08, not enough to jump ahead of the B team of the DSR Dream Team car, but still an improvement nonetheless. I'm sure they'll be happy enough to take it. Ooh, good news for... Okay, no, is that good news? Yes, it is good news. Good news for Musto GD esports fans, for any Italian fans out there. Fabio Liuzzi has improved a 2:13.451. He's now just over 5 tenths behind Jordi San Andres, which means that he will be starting on pole in the GTE class, unless WOSR iZone performance can improve by 0.05 of a second. Quite literally, that's it. It's very, very tight in the combined time between WOSR and Musto GD. We're still keeping an eye on the battle between Jabakis and David Kalaksai, 2 tenths separating them in the second qualifying session, and it was 1.5 tenths or 2.5 tenths separating them in the previous qualifying session. So Jabakis needs to get his time down to pretty much a 59.90, and if he can do that, then that will mean that he jumps back ahead of David Kalaksai in the overall times. Or the combined times, I should say. And we only have 17 minutes remaining in qualifying. Not a huge amount of time as things currently set. Yeah, it's weird, Peter. My producer just commenting. By the way, can our viewers hear you now, Peter? Okay, so my producer Peter Moncombe just saying that the gaps in the LMP2 class are rather small, and yes, I couldn't agree more. It's one of the odd times where LMP2 has been the closest field, and has more cars than any other field. Usually it's the GTE class that has the most drivers, but this time around it's the LMP2s. And it's not just the number of drivers, it's also close as well. When we look over the entire field, 59.8 for Roland Zux, and then all the way down to Andreas Nugor, a 2-minute 1.5, which, if my math serves me correctly, is 1.6 seconds. So, there you go. Quick maths coming in. B32 Racing had done a 2-minute 1.3 or 2-minute 1.4, and 2-minute 1.2. So it was the 401 that done, I think it was a 2-minute 10, I want to say, something like that. And then they dropped out of the session. They'll probably join back again with a new driver at some point shortly. So 8 drivers. That's an improvement. Who was that? David Kalaksai. A 59.7. He's jumped to the top of the timing tower. What a lap. David Kalaksai leads the LMP2 class. Question is that enough to pit Ramada Motorsports? So, he was 8 tenths down on Ramada Motorsports before, and now he is... Okay, he's only 3.5 tenths ahead. So, if he can find another 4 tenths, maybe. But, as we mentioned, Ramada Motorsports will be starting on pole. It would need an insane lap. You know, we're talking about a 49.3 is what's needed. A 49.3, a 49.2, if Ramada Motorsports won't start on the front row of the grid. But Mugen Sim Racing have practically guaranteed themselves a start on the front row of the grid in the LMP2 class. They out-qualified Deuces by 2.6 tenths of a second, 26 hundredths of a second, which means that if Deuces want to start on the front row of the grid, they will need to, as things currently stand, set a 59.45. And that's a lot. That's a big bad boy time. I don't think Shabakis can do it, personally. So there you go. Mugen Sim Racing starting on the front row of the grid. Great stuff from them. But Ramada Motorsports will be starting on pole after what was they were first out on the track in qualifying 1. Rain hit the circuit early, and it meant that initial time set by Ramada Motorsports was the important one. I think it was a case of it was either the first lap everyone set was the fastest, or one of the first 2-3 laps, depending on how much fuel they put in the car. Just looking down into LMP or GTE class, Fabio Liuzzi still 5 tenths down on Jordi San Andres. I think he's dropped back a little bit. I think Jordi San Andres has improved by a few hundredths, but it's not enough. He needs to improve by about half a tenth. The gap between them was 5.4 tenths. It was 54 hundredths between WOSR and Musto in qualifying 1. 54 hundredths, and now the gap between them is 52 hundredths. So another 2 hundredths needed by Jordi San Andres. He needs to get a 2-minute 12.90 pretty much, or 2-minute 12.91. And that will be enough to take him on into secure pole for WOSR, as I get my words completely muddled up. David Kalaksai is retired. Roland Zux is retired. I think the 95 know that they're starting in 4th. There's no point. They can have themselves an early night, make sure they're nice and fresh for their race tomorrow. David Kalaksai, I don't think he's going to improve on that anyway, and I don't think he's worried about Zabakis jumping ahead of him. We'll see whether Zabakis can improve. I think he can improve, but I don't think he'll be able to find the 2 tenths over David Kalaksai to secure a front row start. This is all about the GTE class right now. That's where the spice is happening. In the GT3 class, Unison Racing were 4 tenths off Glam Racing in qualifying 1. And as things currently stand, they are 1.3 seconds clear of Glam Racing in qualifying 2. So they've got themselves a nice pole. and Zoltru Beck in the 41 car. Mugen Sim Racing were completely off the pace in Q1. They did their lap in the wet, so they're going to be starting 4th no matter what happens. And so the cookie rolls. My producer just letting me know that Jordi San Andres is still pushing at the moment. He's finding time here and there, but he isn't quite finding enough time, is the issue. He needs to find another 200ths of a second, or another 300ths of a second, I think. I keep forgetting what the gap was. So 5400ths, and the gap currently 5200ths. So 300ths really. Did a 213.4 last time around, did Jordi San Andres. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining of qualifying. Can we get some on boards actually, Peter, with the WOSR car? Okay. If I go onto the old PC controlling tool, does that mean that we'll be able to get it up? Okay, I will try my best as my ears blow up, because that's what happens when I open up the my little tool to be able to control the cameras. I've got trade secrets here at GTR24H. Let me head on in and see if I can get a Mr. Jordi San Andres. I can get a Jordi San Andres. There we go, Peter. Does that work? Haha. Never underestimate the power of a cereal that is milky. Truly a scary, scary something. So, I think we can take everyone through a hot lap with Jordi San Andres, as he's going to be making his way through the final chicane to, I hope, start a lap. Yes, he's on an out lap as things stand. So nice and late apex he's taking, opening up the steering, getting on the power as early as possible. Pull the car over to the left to start your lap so that you're taking the least distance down into turn 1, jumping onto the brakes, down into first gear. Getting the lock on the steering wheel, opening up the steering on corner exit. Don't go onto the sausage curb, but do use the curb on corner exit. Pull the car over to the right, shortest distance down towards a Rouge. Using up all of the curb through the left, and then just take the corner, opening up the steering as much as you dare. Again, you can use all the curb through the left without picking up an invalidation. Through the right hander, let the car all the way out on a corner exit, through Kemmel corner, onto the Kemmel straight, and down towards the Lecom. Don't be baited into using up the curb on the left, turn in. You can see the back end wanting to step out the entire time. Into Malmedy, you can see the understeer hitting the Porsche, but no issue right now for Jordi San Andres. Keeps things in check. Down into Bruxelles. Holds it rather tight. Tighter than I was expecting. Pull the car back over to the right. Down into Speaker's corner. Bit of understeer for the WOSR driver. First sector then for Jorge San Andres. And it is a personal best for him. A new fastest of the session through Puon. Beautifully done. Don't need to let the car out extremely wide. Pull it back over to the left, down into the final chicane. Ooh, bit of understeer. Can't get the front right tucked in. But he can through the left-hander of the chicane. Using up all of the track on the exit. Pull it back to the left, down into the right-hander of Campus. Slight correction for the rear end as you enter Stavolo on the power as early as you dare. Nice and tidy. Curve Paul Frere, completely flat. Pull the car over to the right into the double left-hander. The first, easier flat. The second, Blanchimon. Look at how much of the artificial grass he uses. Get the car turned in nice and early, using up all of the track on exit. Means you scrub off as little speed as possible, jumping onto the brakes at about 100 meters. Using up all of the curb through the right, same for the left. Open up the steering as early as you can, back on the power. And for Jorge San Andres, purple sector 1, personal best sector 2. And to complete the lap, it's a 2-minute 12.3. What a lap from Jorge San Andres. He has just found 0.6 of a second. And he has just secured himself provisional pole as well with 5 minutes remaining. Fabio Liuzzi, Musto GD Esports. The ball is in your park. Wow. That is actually incredible. I can't quite believe Jorge San Andres has pulled off that lap. That is absolutely gobsmackingly insane. And I think there was still another 10th in it. Just judging by a bit of the understeer he had going into a couple of the corners. Guys, I tell you what. Jorge San Andres is going even quicker. This is going to be a 2-minute 12.2 as things are currently sounded. I'm kind of going a bit crazy, but my voice, I don't think will be able to keep up. Okay, no, never mind. He's jumping on into the pits. Wow. There we go. So, I think it's now time for us to ride on board with Fabio Liuzzi. What can Mr. Liuzzi pull out? It was a PB in Sector 1, or matching a PB. He's coming into the pits. He's not happy with this one. Yeah, his middle sector was about 15 seconds off the pace. Okay, he's going to have one more chance. 2 minutes 30 in the session. Wait, Fabio Liuzzi won't be able to make it out in time. Jorge San Andres and WSR have secured pole for Spa-Francorchamps for round 5 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. That is confirmed. They cannot be beaten. Musto, like, it's only the 54 car that could jump them, and they would have to go half a second quicker, give or take. And I'll be honest with you, I don't see that happening. Pedro Ramada also improved in the 57 car, 59.833. Just 1/100th off Roland Sux's time in the 95 car. But there you have it. I can't quite believe that it's ended like this. It's ended with Musto being unable to set a lap at the very end, but WOSR have just looked far and away the better team today. And this second half of the season, well, they got beaten at Nürburgring. Maybe they shouldn't have been beaten. It was close between the two. They smashed Musto at Sebring, Porsche Power, and here at Spa, Porsche Power once again, and Le Mans, that's a horsepower circuit. The Porsche should be able to smack the BMW. Have the BOP changes. Honestly, I think WSR win the championship as things currently stand. There's only 4 points between them, and Spa is a horsepower track. Well, not a huge horsepower track, but a horsepower track nonetheless. And Le Mans is the biggest horsepower circuit of the entire season. I think BMW just get... I think Musto loses championship at the end just because Porsche are better in a straight line than the BMW. Of course, you know, we still have 48 hours of racing remaining, including qualifying as well. Five seconds remaining in qualifying then. Whoever's not starting a lap now, their qualifying is done. And there we go. Qualifying. Time has run out. Everyone can complete their current lap. But that is all. Jordi San Andres. What a lap. That was absolutely incredible. I can't quite believe that we got to witness that lap. Because that was phenomenal. That was insane. That, I honestly think that may very well be the best qualifying lap of the season. In any class. I know we haven't had pleasure of being able to sit on board with every single class pole lap, but that was an insane lap. The GTE class we thought was the closest field coming into the season, and Jordi San Andres has just gone. He's gone a second quicker than both of the Musto cars. That's how fast that lap was. As Mohamed Zini in the 401 car loses the rear end, and that's his session over. So I think with that, we have qualifying wrapped up. Peter, do we have the qualifying standings of everyone who set a lap in the session available that we can read through? Okay. So hopefully we can read through the qualifying times of this session, and I'm sure at some point overnight the stewards, the race officials, race director will combine the times, apply any penalties that need to be applied to confirm the grid order for tomorrow's race. Okay. So we're just waiting for the results to be updated. So as things stand, we are expecting Axel Sports to have pole in the hypercar class ahead of the 65 Satellite Racing, and then Team Viaducten. In the LMP2 class, we're expecting Ramada Motorsports to have the overall pole ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, Deuces Motorsport Club, then DAC Hackers, followed by Blue Steel and Pro Sim. Or it might be Pro Sim and Blue Steel, not quite sure how that one's going to work out. Then DSR Dream Team ahead of DSR Nightmare, and then you'll have ID SimSport ahead of B32 Racing. GTE class will be World of Sim Racing ahead of the 53 Musto, then the 54 Musto, then you'll have the 45 DIS SR Racing car. Actually, as I say that, I realise technically they will be behind a couple of the GT3 cars. It should be Unison Racing at the top of the times for GT3, then One Move Esports, followed by Glam Racing. I'll be honest with you, Peter, my voice is completely gone right now. I've too many hours of broadcasting. For me. I never sound fresh. The milky cereal's not fresh. It's old milk. It's UHT milk going on in. Thankfully, it's pasteurized, so I won't be getting any lurgies, but there we go. So we're just waiting for the session to completely draw to a close. And when those times confirm, they'll be exported out. Put onto Excel, the times will be added up. And then we will jump on in.
It'll have the times, yes, in the spreadsheet. Put up as a news piece on the website, so everyone can read them.
Oh, so it is on the website apparently.
It will be
on the website
when it's done.
Maybe it already is. Why don't you guys have a look? You might be able to find it before anyone else.
Nah, I don't think so. John's still working on extracting the.
I'm just saying, Peter, time travel is a thing. Could be happening.
I'm not sure. Though.
Okay, so the results for qualifying 2 satellite racing. Wait. These can't be the results, Peter. What?
I'm not sure where you're getting the results from right now.
Because the link that John just sent me doesn't have Axel at the top of the standings, and Axel definitely set the fastest time in the session.
That'll be because they left the server and didn't complete the session. If we do that, then we don't have, like, if you leave the server before the end of the session, we can't.
So, guys, I'm not face farming.
Our Factor 2 can't remember people's lap times when they leave the server.
Axel have done a big boo-boo. In their debut race, they have forgotten to rejoin the server at the end. And if you don't rejoin the server before the server ends, if you're not in the server when the server comes to a close on R Factor 2, your time, any time that you set, becomes null and void. You have to be in the server at the end. So for that reason, Axel Sports, despite having, we saw that they set the fastest time, officially they didn't set a time, and they will be starting from the back of the grid. Satellite Racing secure pole. Mugen Sim Racing are second, ahead of DAC Hackers and Ramada Motorsports. Deuces Motorsport Club will be starting or qualified in P5 overall. Then you've got Team Viaduct and ProSim in 7th in the LMP2 class. Then Dream Team ahead of Nightmare. B32 Racing, ID SimSport, Blue Steel in 12th. And then you've got World of Sim Racing, WOSR in 13th, leading the GTE class, ahead of the 53 Musto. What happened to... Oh no. The 54 Musto car left the server as well. And Musto did this before. They did this in... I can't remember if it was in Sebring or... in Nürburgring, but they've done this before, so this is the second time that Musto have made this mistake. The 54 car, they'll be starting from the back of the grid as well. Unison Racing leading GT3 class, GT3 car ahead of DIS Sim Racing. DIS will be starting third in the GTE class. Then you've got Mugen Sim Racing in 17th ahead of Glam Racing, and One Move Esports in 19th. And that completes the second, or that rounds up the grid for Q2.
It's a weird quirk that R Factor 2 can't remember.
With that is all that we do have time for. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Tomorrow we will be having myself and Ewan O'Leary bringing you the start of round 5 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. In case you are unsure when that race will be happening, it will be happening 1 p.m. UK time, 2 p.m. European time, or 2 p.m. local time, because we are racing from Spa-Francorchamps. So from myself, Yusufin Sahel, and I'm sure from Alex Goldschmidt as well, wherever he happens to be right now, we both wish you a good night, as I'm sure do John. I almost said John Moncon for a second, but my producer Peter Moncon, John Terrell, as well as everyone from GTR. Have a nice night. We'll catch you in the early part of the afternoon.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 5, the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, Global Flix, Film Volt, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.